Cumulonimbus. Cumulon. A bishop? A bishop? On a Saturday? Golly gee. If you're here, who's letting Lucifer out of St. Peter's tomb? Hi guys, my name is Casey O'Brien. If you have fibromyalgia like me, you may need Lyrica. Take Lyrica. Sit in the corner. Hey guys, if you're in timeout like me, you probably did something righteous. Okay, you know what's cool about this? Let's put the content right in the bishop's. Can't have anything. I can't have anything these days. Well, I just want to give you a good view. But I don't want to stand over here because there might be people that see me and it might look like I'm breaking into a building or something. Stop making me into my favorite content creators. They were doing satanic rituals to steal my energy. We all know this. It's not rocket science. It's satanic sex magic. Oh, no. Why don't they put a fucking shelf here? They put one of those there. Look, this needs to be over here. But I mean, that's a nice view. It's not as nice view. We need this red truck right here. We need it. Hello guys, I'm in heaven. I died last night, and I'm here to tell you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I look like that Dashin meme because it's what's familiar to you. Don't you like that meme about the Dashin that looks like this? Come to God. I'm not even. Look, I'm about to smoke. I had some type of dream, and then I woke up and had an amazing realization about how thoughts become things and why the world is so distracting. Water hit my eye. Cold water hit my eye. I'm standing under. If you feel you're sinking, I will jump right over into cold, cold water with you. Don't judge me. I need 1,000 hours of watch time. And do you know I pulled, in 90 days, I pulled 1,000 hours of content. I sat here and talked to a camera for 1,000 hours in the past 90 days. That's right. Get gone. Get gone, bitch. That's right. That's right. That's right. Anyway, look at this beautiful mountain range. The ancestors told me that the leaders of the old world were so full of shit that they piled it up as high as these mountains. They say that my ex was so full of shit that when I broke up with her, she spewed it all over the countryside, and now we have mountains. We're gonna clip this. A hoe, she was. And I'm double a hoe 7. And call me Tomahawk Cruise. The birds are coming back. I'm making them feel comfortable. I'm making the birds feel comfortable. What if the whole time the crows were the good ones and the birds were the bad ones? I gotta take a shit. Clipped. It didn't clip, fam. It didn't clip. So we're just gonna see who pops in and out. Yeah. we're going to see water. I looked up to the heavens. Do you guys feel you struggle with, I guess, do you have a diverse enough life that you're able to comprehend such different perspectives of how to live? Or is what I'm doing necessary and useful? Yeah. Well, that was a black spirit, so I don't know. I don't know what this. Maybe all spirits are created equal in the eyes of God. But that was a shadow. Or I'm just hanging out. Birds gave it away. I tried to freeze. I'm cleaning up. I'm cleaning my spot. I'm cleaning my goddamn spot, fam. Notice how my eyes are turning to look more like a lion's. I feel. Guess who the newest addition to my ex's family is? Who's dating a guy named Leo, the brother of my ex. Her name is Casey. John. Grateful. I don't think her last name is Grateful. And I also decided that staring at pictures of the people I used to love and loving them from afar is stalking. So I'm done. I said goodbye to their pictures last night. I had a big sit down with myself. I didn't jerk one off. And I said politely goodbye to what I thought was the most beautiful girl in the world. Because I'm not doing the work to deserve it right now. I think I am, but maybe not physically. I guess I'm not. My feet really hurt. I would go for a long walk, but my feet hurt. My toes don't hurt, my feet hurt. And garlic makes my feet stink. Fuck, it was right in front of me. I can't be smoking here. What the fuck is this? Oh. Look. This is for like a fire pit or something. Maybe they had like a little kiln here. This was where they used to put fires to escape the heat or the cold. Well, nobody showed up. So we'll go back to cleaning. I thought like 7 people were gonna pop in and we could hang out. And then I went on a grand adventure and everything went well and life is cool. I've cleaned up most of my garbage. Fill up my senses like a night in the forest, like the mountains in springtime, like a walk in the rain, like a storm in the desert. like a sleepy blue ocean. You fill up my senses, come fill me again. Oh, these crows are obnoxious, they always get in the way. I made it to Johnson to get me a job. Don't know when I'll hear back, but I hope it's not long. I need me a couple grand to get what I want. But if they want me to brush my hair, they can fuck off. I'm going to Johnson to get me a job. Don't know when I'll get there, but I know it's not far. Didn't mean to stay here so long. If you knew where I'd been, you'd know why I stopped. I'm sorry I can't fit inside of your box. If you knew where I'd been, you'd know why I stopped. I'm going to Johnson, so you can fuck off. The ones that I love most have they're dead and gone. The ones that I love most are dead and all gone. They ghosts of them live me in every song. I going to Johnson to give me a job. Made me a list of those who did me wrong. I'm going to Johnson to give me a job. If they don't be sorry, they're gonna meet God. I'm going to Johnson. I'm going, gone. I want my guitar, fam. I wanted a nice you have to be quick with it. The guitar I wanted for August and September of last year is not the same guitar I feel is necessary for this year. It doesn't fit right. Now it needs to be a different color. And it can't be black. It has to be like just a dark brown. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Look at all my shit. I like to sit here and think that if the crows were nicer to me, I would feed them. And I think they know that too. Because the birds come to me. The crows sit there and watch. And then I wait for them to get done cawing and trying to hurt me. And then they get to watch me eat the food that they can't get. Then they get real pissed. But they need to learn. Have you considered moving to a warmer climate? I have considered moving to a warmer climate. And I thought to myself, how many people do I know that's done this? How many people do I know that suffered the cold and survived the winter alone outside in a zombie apocalypse where aliens are revealing themselves to select members of the public, while other select members of the public seem to be following leaders that are literally put in place by Masonic cults to manifest themselves into going to hell. And they're laughing right in their face, doing their little Trump dance. Trump is on stage going, you guys didn't realize that the theme of this year was cowboys and Indians, and you guys are hating on the immigrants so much, but you can't tell that this is all to try to make you realize how the Native Americans felt. And if you kill any one of them, you're gone forever. You're sealing your own fate because the divine beings are watching from above and monitoring your choices. They're around you. Your emotions are complex manifestations of your ancestors' spirits. Your blessings are all gifts. Look, For the first time in days, two birds going right to left as soon as I got my energy back and I started connecting to the positivity of nature because the birds are around me, behind me. And now that the crows are gone, the birds are circling me again like they do in the springtime. And I'm feeling much better. I think that I beat my fever. And now I just want to be a beaver. Okay, bye. I miss my ex, but you know what she did? She got with the simp. And the simp was so mentally unwell. This is some prime Casey lore. I had a guy whose name is Gary Gay 3. Gary Gay 3 said to me in 2021, I believe, that he has been sort of obsessed with me since 2017 that I know about, because he thought that I was competing with him for the women I was dating, and the women that he said I was competing him with were the ugliest women I've seen in a long time. No judgment on them, but I grew up with them. They were my friends. Never had any intention of dating them. This guy at 3 a.m. one night in 2021 says, "Hey Casey, I hope you're done being a stupid rapist, pig, women abuser. I feel bad." He said a bunch of shit. It was like a whole paragraph. And I said, "Hop on a call with me real quick." Because what Gary didn't know is that the girlfriend he was currently dating, that was my ex, that I left to go party in Miami with a bunch of famous YouTubers. And I left her because for 1 week into our relationship, she went back to her ex. And then when I came back, she was dating this guy who apparently had been in her DMs the whole time, thinking he was a sneaky mastermind that was stealing her away from me. I looked at her DMs while she was asleep, and it was all her talking about me, and he was like playing the Littlefinger in Game of Thrones, and he really thought he stole her from me. But what happened was I made her feel so bad about herself because I left her to go fuck bitches in Miami. She rebounded, and then she got knocked up. So he came at me for a while, and then I said, "Do you really think that putting a tracker in her car would make her not want to leave and go chase the thrill of cheating on you?" She also told me that you have a micro penis, and she makes you wear a hoodie because you're obese. She also calls me daddy and begs me on the internet to sleep with her. And she's a very good-looking woman. She's considered like at one time in high school, she was considered one of the hottest girls in school. When she worked at Price Chopper, because I got her a job at Price Chopper because she didn't know how to go in and ask people for anything because she was rich. So she had no idea how to go in and walk and talk to the peasants because she had a rich grandma. So I walked in and got her a job at Price Chopper. And then I'd show up sometimes to see her, and the line would be packed. The small town was packed. They had like 6 people on register. All the girls and the old women and everything were at the other registers, and it was just a line of guys all the way into the aisle, past the cashier aisle, into one of the aisles, just waiting to talk to her, to try their luck. And nobody, I don't know why, none of them thought that might be weird, that they might be a little creepy for what they're doing. Or maybe they just didn't care, and maybe they thought she was a ditzy bimbo or something, I don't know. Even though she's very poetic, she's a very good writer. She's very artsy, but she was quiet. So it was hard to gauge her because she was playful, whatever. But I hooked up with her while they were dating, and I told him. And he didn't believe me. And then during that conversation at my house at 3 a.m., when he was screaming in my face about a bunch of shit, and I was just sitting there like, "No, that girl was too ugly for me. I think you are stupid." And I did delete the messages because I kept looking at her nudes, and I felt like that might be developing a sex addiction, that I keep opening my phone to look at her nudes and her calling me daddy and a bunch of shit because I liked it. So I deleted it. Sorry. When I was trying to tell him what she was doing. And then he told me that he has been coming to my apartment and sitting outside for months. That night, he revealed to me that what he likes to do is go to all of her ex's houses, and he likes to sit in their parking lot and stare at them, and that makes him feel better. makes them feel powerful. I was gone in Miami and West Virginia, in Phoenix. I had no idea he was there. I don't really know how long he was there for. But after that, I felt like he started lying. He like got her family involved. He lied to her grandmother and they believed him because nobody knew me. She started lying about me to protect the relationship because she was pregnant. So it was like tons of slander campaigns, and I had like private investigators messaging me about my whereabouts because they wanted to know, because they wanted to sue me for emotional abuse. And I said, no, her mother, even though she has a rich grandmother, her mother is a prostitute down in Holyoke that got knocked up by a high-level gang member. And what they do for money is that they scam corporations. So her mom is convincing her to sue me because that's how her mom gets money. So her rich grandmother paid for the PI because they asked her, so you're welcome for the money because I know she probably pays well. She's very wealthy. And he was saying like, yo, how come you fled the state? And I'm like, I left because it sucks here. If you lived here, you'd leave too. I'm living my best life traveling and door dashing. I'm young and I'm good looking. I know you probably hate that. I know you probably didn't live a life I'm living. And then for months he would pop up on my suggested friends until he blocked me, and then they had a kid that they named Grayson. Like my cousin named their son Kaysen. And then they named their other son Chance. It's just weird to me that from my childhood, people always compared me to a guy named Grayson Chance on the internet. He was like a guy that got in front of a camera and would sing with a guitar. So it was just more, and it's like Cleo and Gary versus my other ex, Garrett, and her brother Leo, and now her brother Leo's dating a girl named Casey. And then before Casey went into the family, Garrett had a best friend whose initials were Casey. And then Leo's best friend's name is Vincent. And then I went to go see a girl named Jessie. And then Jessie, who was a Leo, Jessie Johnson, like where I am right now, turned out to be like not going down the right road. She used to be like really thick, good looking, muscle mommy, small business owner, ran her own Instagram model page. Now she was just like a single mom hooked on coke and on and off with a drug dealer living in like Section 8. And one time I saw her running around homeless on crack. And I was like, that's what happens when you cheat on me, fam. She thought she could have someone better, so I left when I was 17. She was tempted by like a piece of shit from a trash town that he was living under. They were living in the narrative like I'm the guy that's gonna steal your bitch from. It's all bad and dirty and you get to be evil, and girls really like that. So then he messaged me and was like, I'm with your bitch, and I said, you can have her. And then I moved on to better things, and then like every single time that happens, she got degraded to less than nothing. Like less than, you think I'm bad, but I'm like an animal out here homeless. You have a stigma against homeless. She was out here, like I would see her, imagine this is like a price chopper supermarket. I was in my car waiting for DoorDash orders, and she pulled up, she walked up, she was 19, her drug dealer, crack addict boyfriend was like 31, and they were both homeless, and he was going in with a shopping cart, and he was just going to steal as much food as possible and then run out with it. And she was like passed out crying outside the door, smoking crack in the pumpkins. It was like early November. So I got out and tried to help her, and she literally froze in place, like she couldn't move. But this other girl, oh yeah, the thing was, I don't know the name of her kids. I assume there's probably going to be motifs and themes about my life because they're operating under my energy, because I'm the king in the north. I'm the ancient tree. It is what it is, guys. But the girl I ended up with, because I didn't want to get with that girl anymore, was a girl named Jessie who had a son named Vincent who was a Leo. Are you seeing what and Jessie was a Leo. Casey is now dating Leo. Casey John Grateful is dating Leo, and that ex-girlfriend's name was Garrett, which is female for Gary. And then her dad's name was Michael, and then Casey Michael O'Brien down in Randolph caused all that trouble. And then Michael and Casey helped Casey Francis O'Brien wake everybody up to the truth of their drama. And then it got so bad, they tried to kill him a bunch because of a guy named Ryan. And then Ryan Washburn was the initial guy that gave me the unlawful simple assault charge with no evidence. And then my friend Ryan Sweeter was the guy that left me alone when I got taken into custody, and he was like my first real friend. And then when we were at the McDonald's one day, like 4 different people named Ryan sat in front of us, and then a cop started talking about a guy named Ryan in front of us. And then I had to tell him about 3 different other Ryans right before my friend Ryan dropped his album. It's just weird, man. Kingdom Kombucha. It's just not a coincidence. And I have so many other different aspects. Like my dad's a Leo named Gary, and I'm sure he has a friend named Vincent and Kevin and Ray and Kenny, and I'm sure my mom. I know my mom's different. My mom's living a Viking life. She's dating French people and Viking people. That's my mom. Like my dad's the Irish guy. The other guys were all French or Viking. So she doesn't really, I'm sure she applies in some way, but in my life, when I'm not dealing with my oppressive mother that doesn't understand compassion outside of her narcissism, I'm literally always dealing with other people with her name that are coming at me the same way. So I don't think all of them are real. Like there was a homeless woman named Vicky that used to come at me the same way in Burlington. And then in Montpelier, there was a police officer named Vicky, or a Capitol Police security guard named Vicky, that would do the same shit to me. The same way they tried to instill fear through gaslighting. It's just weird. So I don't believe it's real. And for some reason, I assume you guys are real. So we're doing a hangout. People tune in when I tell stories, which is cool. So that's just another instance of Gary's, Leo's, Vincent's, Casey's, Michael's, Marie's, or Mary's or Maria's. When they slow down, I have to make sure that I'm active. Okay, they're gone. So there's tons of Shaunas. It's all just the same themes and motifs swirling around my life always while I walk around alone. So I'm excited. I'm excited for what's going to happen. I know it probably won't be. I thought today that in order for me to actually get justice for all the things that have happened to me, it would have to be a literal mass holy miracle. Because I noticed it's the same behavior, and all the people that did these things to me came from the same place mentally. They were all coming from the same energy. It was mostly the same exact attack all the time. The same way that just belittling and demeaning you and trying to put you in a place where you feel weakened so they can assert themselves over you. And if that doesn't work, they'll try to get the masses involved so that somebody else might be able to do it to you what they couldn't, or do to me what they couldn't. And then if that doesn't work, they just get violent. And then there's people that want to lead people away into like a little pocket dimension where they can all rally together the same way that I was doing. Because I wanted to rally people together to make something amazing. And there are other people that are doing that, but the thing that they're doing is always rooted in attacking other people. Like the people against the homeless or the people against the immigrants. I was trying to get everybody together to create a new way of life. They're trying to get everybody together to hurt and ostracize a select group of people because they're not okay with their behavior. And I looked, and none of them have thick lips. They always have tiny little lips. Have you noticed that? The worst people have tiny little lips. Every serial killer has tiny little lips. Except Jay-Z, who's a woman. Sean Carter. Sean is really Shauna Connor. Shauna Carter. And Beyonce is a man. Michelle Obama is a man. Barack Obama might be a woman. Barbara Bush is a man. Whoever she was married to might be a woman. Donald Trump, I don't know. I don't know. But a lot of them are trans. And that's because of the Baphomet. The trans god. Which is not Cernunnos. Cernunnos does not have tits. Cernunnos is the forest god. He's the deer man. He's the Sagittarius. He's the wild man. He's the goat thing, or part of the goat thing, in the Chronicles of Narnia, where she escapes into the wild and goes into the animal kingdom. And they're battling the evil. It's an inhaler. There's a card. The claim accusation he made. Yeah. He told me I was a rapist. He said that I raped my girlfriend. And that he said that as I was raping her, she was bleeding and crying and begging me to stop. Which has never happened in my life. One time I caught my first girlfriend who cheated on me all the time, sleeping with someone else. And she was trying to leave on Thanksgiving to go hook up with him, and I caught her talking to him. So I bit her iPhone, and I bled and cried. And then she felt so bad, she initiated sex. So I was bleeding and crying. And that situation happened because I spent 2 years alone in a room in the retreat, where if I touched anyone or I spoke out of turn or I said something the staff didn't like, they would take away my privileges to see my family. They would take away my ability to eat food. So like this would be considered junk food. So I would not be allowed to eat this, and all I could have was really just lettuce and dressing. If I didn't make enough behavior points in the day, I would not be allowed to eat any of these things, and I would be forced to eat lettuce and dressing. And then I would not be, like all the other kids would watch TV, but because I said something, they would make me kind of sit in the corner while everyone watched TV, and then I wouldn't be able to see my family. And then they had what's called a care plan, which is if you get caught, like let's say you're caught kissing a girl in the program, or even just like holding hands, or even some cases it was high-fiving somebody. If you just high-fived, where it's called a care plan, where they lock you in the room alone for sometimes up to 5 days. And you don't get to come out except to use the bathroom. And you don't get to, I don't think they really let it, our showers were limited to like 10 minutes. So you could shower like once a day, but no phone calls, no social interaction. You are locked in the room for 5 days. Because it was supposed to be when you act out and you get violent with somebody, you have to go in there so that the staff can figure out a better means to adjust your treatment. And they all get together and talk about all their degrees in psychology and what would be the best form of behavior for the staff members to help the person. But what it turned into is that whenever staff didn't want to see you anymore because they were working doubles, whenever the staff didn't want to see you anymore, they would just lock you in the room. So I was locked in the room all the time. And eventually I stopped caring. So I was on care plans all the time. So that translated to, and then I had tons of I developed abandonment issues because that's for a child, that's psychological torture. They would lock me in rooms and they wouldn't feed me, and I wouldn't be able to touch anyone or talk to anyone for days. And I had a limit on the books I could read. So I had to read the same book. I just read the Game of Thrones series over and over and over again, and then I read Prey by Michael Crichton about how to fight an AI that learned from nature over and over and over. So that really fucked me up. It helped me think a lot, and it developed my individuality. Because of my 15 minutes, they would take us to the library sometimes when I was able to go. I would watch a 15-minute video by a YouTuber that would talk about high-level game and social skills and the power of positive thinking and years of their journeys down spirituality that led them to make millions and millions of dollars. Because at first they were just autistic people that wanted to learn social skills. Then they became the pioneers of the spiritual empire on YouTube. So they had a lot to offer, and they had billions. No, they had probably collectively they had $1 billion, maybe more, because they had friends that had billions of dollars because they were the ones throwing all the elite Beverly Hills parties. So I would just take in what they were saying, and I'd write notes, and I would just sit there and think about it, the nuances other people didn't. Really get into the nitty-gritty of social interactions. And then when I came out, I'd start gaming. When they let me out of the room, I'd start gaming. I'd game the staff, I'd game the principal, I'd game the program director and the secretary, whose name was Robin. Where do the aliens congregate in this area you were in? I don't know. Where do they congregate? Every single person that has a soul has a spirit team, and they have a purpose-driven life, and every day of their life is sort of scripted. Then you have people that are half in and half out, on the fence, and those people are walking around having fun doing things. Then you have people that sort of have fallen into lower vibrations, and those people tend to gossip and hate people, and those guys are in tons of beefs, so they're walking around mad. And then you have people that are hooked on drugs, so that kind of has taken a little bit of mind and has replaced it with an opening for other entities. So that might be an attractive funnel if there was some sort of higher intelligence that comes down and splits off into tons of different separate beings of the same collective. I know that when there's tons of people right now that if you just look straight ahead, but then if you wake up rested and you're outside, you take a nap outside, you wake up and the crows aren't there yet and there's not people around. So if you have a chance to really perceive that electromagnetic spectrum, stare straight ahead, but kind of blur your focus a little bit so that you can sort of see your peripheral vision on the sides of your eyes, and you'll realize there's aliens just right there. They're helping to maintain your hallucination. And they move because they're not limited by the ground. So when you move your eyes, they move with you. They're floating. They're flying, and they're attached to your spirit. Those are called monitoring spirits. So there are aliens around you all the time, and there are aliens around everybody because we have ancestors and aliens and all this stuff. I'm pretty sure our entire experience is just I think a lot of our thoughts and a lot of our emotions are just complex information that are amalgamates of different spirits, and they're riding a transaction. Your life is like an amusement park ride for them, where they come from one area and then they jump to your world, do something, and then flow back out into the chaos. And then jump into somebody else, and then jump into somebody else, and jump into somebody else. And that could be an entire group of people, playing a matchmaking Call of Duty game. And then there are some aliens that have UFOs that you can see flying around. I saw a UFO a couple years ago right over here, but the clouds are covering it right now on the mountain I'm going to show you. But I saw like a giant, it was a craft, it was a circle, but it had this big yellow trail that would be easily mistaken for a shooting star if it wasn't going so slowly above Mount Mansfield. And then it just floated. It looked like a tadpole or a sperm cell. And then it floated behind the mountain and then just dropped. And that was right when I decided to give. That's on. If you look up my video, God gave me my 300 moment way back in the day, just for proof I'm not bullshitting. Where I talked to Cernunnos for the real first time I met the Irish god of the wild. And then I met UFOs, and then there were beings around me that I couldn't really comprehend, and there were things that I can't explain, like being followed by something, and then there was a man it was pitch black on a mountaintop, and I was hiding by a chairlift, like halfway up a 7-mile hike, expecting to die because something was following me very closely, and it was loud. And then I had to climb down this 10-foot rock drop from this chairlift post. So I'm trying to find vines at the side of the trail where the forest is, and I'm crawling down. And then I look up, and there's just a shadow of a person, like a dark silhouette, and it goes in a tone deeper than I can say. It was like some type of tongue I don't understand that was deeper than I think any human could make. And then at the end, when I got to the bottom and I looked back up at that chairlift halfway up the mountain because the spotlight was shining, I saw a 10-foot tall silhouette that was darker than dark, and it had tentacles like Slender Man, or like the apocryphal horrors from Hieronymus Bosch and H.P. Lovecraft. And I was just standing there. That night I also spoke, like I was encouraged by the spirit of a porcupine that I saved the day that I left on my journey. The day that I left Brattleboro, or I tried to leave Brattleboro, I saved a porcupine that had brain parasites, that was walking around in circles. Like I'm walking around in circles. Because I probably have parasites. Like everybody has parasites. It's not real. This entire thing could be aliens. We could be living in an alien. Everyone that I see in these buildings and that drives by on their motorcycle or their snowmobile, or all these red trucks I keep showing you every single day. Look, on command. They're here. Those could be aliens. We could be in the manifestation of a higher being. So there could be a God that created all of us. And this is just his form of art. This is his art form. A bishop like this snow is water, and water is life. We're made of 70% water. So this snow is like 70% of us. We have this weird alien monster that's living in our that we call our nervous system. That's basically just like the RC car that we're piloting. We have this disgusting flesh monster that looks like a jellyfish, that also looks like a root system or a mushroom. It's like a jellyfish it's like a fungal jellyfish root system that's piloting a bunch of different organisms that are responding to the orders that it gives. So he has like a master that all the organs serve. And it tells them all to function and what to do. Even though the other things are alive and can work without that thing. If they tore out our spinal cord and they took our organs and put them in an incubation chamber, or whatever they do when they clone things, they still function. They have like cow stomachs that are suspended in a tube or like a box, supposedly, that are breeding hybrids to produce things. Like there was an article Alex Jones talked about where they have goats that are mixed with spiders, that the silk that they produce is what's woven into our body, like soldiers' body armor. Like they've created hybrid animals to upgrade our defense systems. Like they created these disgusting animals that produce things that they're farming for their materials, like goat spider milk that is better than any fabric we could harvest or manufacture from regular animals. And I think that was way more prevalent back in the day. Like, I've never tried to fuck a dog, so I couldn't tell you if you got a dog pregnant, if it wouldn't give birth to Anubis. But I know that there's historical records from many different nations across the world that were seafaring, that all the different ones have records of the same island that's not in the current maps. And all of those people that went to that island when they went out exploring the New World, looking for America or whatever they were doing back in the day, they all had registered and it accounted for an island full of smart dog people that couldn't speak English but could understand English. And they were humanoid with dog heads and they had fur. Like, that's a big part of history, is that there were accounts from different pirates and different navies for empires that all had this registry of an island that had dog people. So what the spiritual people or the spiritual community is saying is that that was back when the Bible talks about there was a time of wickedness on the planet. They called that wickedness, where they were like fucking dogs and then creating an accidental race of dog people through like years of fucking their dogs, and then the dogs fucking each other and then fucking people or whatever they did, because they still don't know how the pyramids were made. So they're assuming that there was look what we did in 200 years. We went from fighting with sticks to fighting with artificial intelligence in quantum physics that operates outside of space and time. Multi-dimensional warfare is happening just 200 years after we figured out how to make a gun and dynamite and so who knows? The pyramids were like hundreds of thousands of years old, right? The indigenous people have been here for 200,000 years before they supposedly crossed the Great Land Bridge from Siberia. So who knows how many times we built things that got destroyed. Like Destroy, Build, Destroy, that show on Cartoon Network. Like, these mountains could have been like ancient kingdoms. These could have been pyramids and big buildings on flatland that just eroded into these over time. And if we dug down far enough, which nobody has, if we just went to the top and started blowing dynamite straight down, eventually it'd be like this giant open chamber with like ancient technology. And that's why people in South America say that the Greys are the aliens that we showed them. Like, we showed an indigenous tribe that hadn't had any human contact in ages. Who knows how long since last seen people. And finally they started, like, we've made contact with them. And they showed them a picture of a gray alien to see what they knew about it. And they said, oh, those things live underground and they steal our kids sometimes. That's what we used to sacrifice things to. And they don't live in the clouds. They're not heavenly beings. Though that's what they call their god. Those things, the gray people, live underground. So the UFO that I saw that descended into these mountains a couple years ago, this could have been an ancient palace, like a giant Machu Picchu type temple. And that's why it looks so weird and unusual to me. Like, these mountains don't look like any other mountain in Vermont. Even those mountains don't look like anything. Like, these look a lot different than anywhere else I've been. and it's just in this specific area. There's like 3 different major mountain ranges that just, there's something unusual about it. Like it looks too organized. Like it looks like how I used to build castles. I used to build castles in Minecraft that look just like these mountains. So they could have just eroded over a long period of time, and then there's like a big layer. Supposedly there's a giant layer of mud over an entire ancient civilization in America that used to be called Tartaria. And it's called the mud flood, where supposedly like people are finding in archaeology something happened where not that long ago the entire world got flooded, and then our architecture went to shit. So we used to have amazing grand structures, and then all of a sudden we started making these dopey little boxes. And that's because the civilization before got wiped out or enslaved, and then the people that got into power didn't want to be known, so they erased history and they turned us into slaves. And the lie is so controlled that we would have no idea. Except maybe they're like, they believe in like a best of the, what the fuck? They believe in like a best of the best situation, so they leave like a very challenging trail that if you can follow to the end, you can get all the glory and you get to have everlasting life. Sometimes I think that the is a conscious entity and we are guests on the planet, and we're just here to evolve the planet. And that's our spiritual work, and then when we're done, we go back to wherever we came from. And the gift of life that is God, the earth, trusting us, is that we get to have a vehicle made of flesh and dirt, and then when that ends, we go back. And that's just how I feel lately. Okay. So dog's name is Wendy. I'm foreign. No, I guess there's. Does anybody know the amount of number that just came to Brattleboro? Sometimes. Yeah. I don't think it's poop. I think it's sex. I think it's children. They're here to produce the chemical that's in children. Young children produce things to help them grow. And I think that thing is what they're after. It has to be something that can only be produced by us. I heard the word chemtrails that rain down parasites that operate our nervous system to coerce us into continuing to produce that fruit. There's a bird chirping in confirmation, and I feel this dense, dark fear coming from that woman that passed me with her dog. I don't know if she's friendly or not. You can never tell. Because they just get mad about nothing and then take it out on you all the time. Like these people driving by. You never know. But I'm in a public park and they're at a public park. So I don't see why I wouldn't be welcome and they would be. Just because it looks like I might be camping out here. But you know what? It doesn't necessarily say anywhere. It just says healthy community. No smoking. Please clean up after your pets. It doesn't even say. Look, let's look for something that says closes at 10 p.m. I don't think there's enough people here that they're worried about that. See there's a lot of people that showed up here. It just says clean up after yourself. Doesn't necessarily say park closes at 10. There's those people that like to watch me. Those are the people that pulled up yesterday, I think. Because they saw me, they were pulling into the parking lot, and then they saw me here. And then they left the parking lot and just drove in a loop around this. Now they're still staring at me. Subconscious programming. Yeah, no, the only getting my own look, I've lived in apartments, and the only way I've ever felt peace was when I had it was like a house on land. Like, we used to live in a ski chalet at the end of a road called Hummingbird Way that was across. So there was a mountain that's bigger than this right here, way bigger than this. And the ski resort was on this road, the big entrance to the ski resort. And then on the other side of the road was a little dirt road of ski chalets. And we were at the top of the mountain pretty much, right before the entrance. So we would be like, let's say that was a couple thousand feet higher. We would be up of this hill right here, probably even further than that. And we lived in the way back at the very end on a little hill, and the building was big and red, and it had the big overarching that ended in a point, and then it was just a giant window to look out at the view. And I lived there with my dad and our dog. And I had a whole room full of Legos at my mom's house, and I had a couple giant bins full of Bionicles at my dad's house. And we would just sit there and build Bionicles, and then we would walk around. And the ski resort had been sold, and nobody had bought it yet. They went bankrupt. So the whole place was empty. So we would just walk around. We had a whole pond to ourselves. I never saw any other cars. Sometimes I heard kids playing down the road at the next house, like not even on our road. It was like a conjoined road that somewhere far back in the woods they would play, and I'd hear them. Other than that, I was completely alone. And that I've never been able to find that anywhere except when I walk around places alone at night. I can get somewhere close to how I felt there. That's the only way I want to live. I wouldn't want to have a wife and it would be temporary to go to Chicago for 3 months and have a girlfriend. I'd rather find a way to get rich and live a digital nomad life, and then travel around B&Bs across the world, than to ever live in a triplex with 2 other families. I'm too much of an empath. I'm not trying to lay in bed and try to meditate, and then all of a sudden I can feel the energy of the kid upstairs watching porn. That's the shit that I felt whenever I went into apartments. It was like, I can feel the pain. I can feel every time that they smoked crack. I could feel every time that they were having sex and they were breaking up with each other. I could feel what they were watching on TV. I could feel their boredom. I could feel their addictions. I did not want anything to do with any of that anymore forever. I'd rather go to Mexico and live at some mushroom city where they're all high on mushrooms all day and they live in little shacks, and then a bunch of hot tourists come all the time to try the mushrooms and live in the mountains. I'd rather be there. But right now I'm living a story that's really cool. And it's helped me make songs I'm very proud of. So why the fuck would I waste my life working? You know what I'm saying? Why would I sit in a house? Why would I spend 8 hours a day for a month, every day, just to be able to sleep in an apartment with people I don't like, when I'm yearning to be outside? The problem is that we're still in slave America. So lifestyles that support freedom are not allowed. And Vermont is really part of that. But you can eat Monterey Jack cheese at a park sometimes. So I'm gonna eat some Monterey Jack cheese at a park. I don't know what happened to Wendy. Best case scenario, maybe Wendy's husband was at that parking spot. Wendy's a dog. Wendy's owner's husband. And then when Wendy walked her dog down here, he waited for her to get to the end, and then he picked her up just to let the dog poop and pee. I'm going to keep my roll of duct tape, because eventually I think I'm going to want to duct tape this around this. I don't know, I'm getting tired. Yeah. They can raise the property taxes, and then if they want your land, they can send the police to give you so much brain damage you can't function. And call it manufacturing. Like, that's why all these cops that pull people over for like suspicious activity and they can't articulate a crime, it's psychological warfare on the community for power and reputation. Ecosystems. And they hurt my dad really bad. And I can only assume they hurt my dad really bad because he was living in nice places. He had a triplex with 40 cabins and a 4-story barn. Plus, we had the home he was house sitting at the top of the mountain. So he's living lavish compared to these guys that probably live in like triplexes. So the cops got mad at him. And they pulled us over on what happened to be like the first sleepover, and I felt like it felt like we had been traumatized so bad it was hard for us to function and feel free. And then because of that, what we were doing that night, we were about to be free because we didn't have cops that could show up. So the only way they could attack us is right outside our property, which forced us to go back home. Like, we couldn't even make it. They stopped my dad right before the house. And I'm pretty sure he violated my father's Fourth Amendment right by reaching into the car. Because there was no proof my dad didn't use his blinker. And even if he did use his blinker, like even if he didn't, cop had no reason to be going as fast as he was, whip around, and to be so sneaky about it. It was something that is really hard to dispute because there's no proof. So the cop could just say that and then suddenly charge my dad a lot of money. Cop issues you a ticket for not using your blinker. It's just a word of mouth scenario back then. It was the cop's word against yours. And why was the whole department there? How many people showed up? There was like 5 or 6 people. And it was an illegal traffic stop, and they ripped my dad out of the car. And I'm not really sure he recovered, but I know the relationship was very hard to recover from. Because what would have been amazing, and probably like the next great step in our lives, became more people that were angry at my father for no reason. And I didn't realize I was bandwagoning with them. I chose the wrong side and I didn't know why. I was just like, everyone hates my dad. I hate my dad. Meanwhile, he was just a black sheep like I am. And now my dad's part of the bandwagoners against me. I have no money, Bears. I have no money. I have $91 and I'm only going to get fluids to help the cold. And then I'm trying to get the body cam footage. So I have to wait till Tuesday to figure out what's going to happen in getting the body cam footage. So I'm just trying to meditate, and I'm getting attacked every day by crows, and I'm learning new ways to deal with crows. And I'm hopefully maybe I'm educating these crows on how to be different, because I guess they've been getting away with screaming everybody into severe depression and living off the power that they feel. So maybe the crows are like an aspect of this town's collective consciousness. I had a nice songbird chirp at me, and I felt a beam of light hit my face in confirmation that is the case. That these crows are embodiments of how the town is feeling. So every day, this community that probably doesn't really talk to each other as much as they should looks out their windows and sees nature duking out what they're duking out spiritually. So I'm here, and I'm battling the crows. That's what helps me sleep. That's what makes me feel like I have purpose, that I'm creating change. Would you sue the police? I talked to the lawyer, and he said without footage, there's nothing he's not even going to look at it. If I don't have body cam footage or any footage of what happened, there's nothing he can do. So I have him on camera, but the camera was in his pocket. So because the camera was in his pocket, even though Casey says he was choking, and I covered Casey's nose and mouth with my hand. When he really got me by the neck, his other hand was choking me out. And then he tried to charge me $300, and there's like 3 different lies I picked out in his police report that was misspelled and full of errors, and he just lied several times. And I'm sure they all watched the body cam footage, and hopefully a lot of them are on my side. But it just seems like they got worse and worse and worse of an attitude with me. So I'm assuming they slowly got corrupted and became pieces of garbage. So now we want the tent. Whoopsie, made a oopsie. $2 million make me loopy. Okay. Yeah, they've been doing it for 5 months. This happened in October. And then I got there in August. So since August 26th, they've been harassing me, manufacturing crimes, soliciting trespasses, following me around, just because I live outside. My fortune cookie said, "You will receive a large sum of money very soon." And then these past 2 fortune cookies say, "A time to embrace change soon, and my education will be the foundation of your success." I don't know if that's saying go to college, or it's saying that you've learned enough about life that you're going to be able to monetize it and do something that helps the world in a positive way. No, it was your education will make a positive impact on the world. That's a nice dog. Okay. Oopsie. He's so precious. They're very prejudiced. Prejudiced people, guys. You act like you've never seen an indigenous person before. You need a horse? They walked by. They saw my wagon, and let's get out of here. Now they're walking away with their dog. Very fast, and they're just staring at me. She said some shit about Brattleboro, which is my hometown, which is hundreds of miles away. Yeah. No, it's really nice out here. I love it here. I don't know. They walked by, they looked at me, and then they ran away. Am I that scary, guys? Bread. And we're going to change our socks. I might have enough to go do laundry tonight, guys. I might be able to wash my stuff tonight. Because I washed this in the motel. So I can wear this. And I washed my t-shirt under this. So I can wear my hoodie and this and wash everything else. Which might cost like $6. Hopefully. And then I'm allowed to sit in there. Which will be nice. Where's my peanut butter? Oh no, look. The bread has molded so much, the entire thing is green, and it's only been 2 days. The entire thing of bread is green and moldy. The whole loaf of bread is green. Oopsie, made it oopsie. Brown chicken, brown cow. Brown chicken, brown cow. Should I wear the maroon hat or should I wear the brown hat? I want to combine them together. I want a brown and maroon hat. I don't even want to wear any of these stupid hats. Fuck these hats. Fuck you. Penis shrinkus. Sorry guys, you have a micro penis now. I don't know what this is or where I found it, but it's right here. Don't call the cops. Mind your businesses. Mind your business. Get off my dickus. Get off my dickus. At night, I think of you. I want to be your baby. Baby strong, you need taboo. Not all to me. The water must go in the fluid bag. The index cards of the crackers must go in the fluid bag. Whoopsie, made it oopsie. The toothpaste and the fork must leave this. This is hot cocoa? No. So this goes in the utility bag. This Gold Peak slightly sweet tea is gross. It smells bad. It tastes bad. It's sticky. And I think it's leaking. But I have no more money, so I know eventually it will be delicious. I just have to starve long enough. Whoopsie, made a oopsie. Now I'm going to toasted oats. I guess this can stay in here. Remove this. Keep these. Keep this. Keep this. Is this not molded? No, it's not. Which is good. Now this will go to the birds. Songbirds will use that to make better music. Bread on the ground for today. Propane in the food bag for today. Mold on my bread for today. Bag on the ground for today. Need to get this bag off the ground stat. Right now. Oopsie, made it oopsie. A sleeping bag? I have a second sleeping bag? Whoopsie, made it oopsie. Those make me loopy. My cousin Ariana can go die in a fire. She had 2 years to be unpossessed by the Antichrist. It's not my fault. There's the confirmation, bitch. Yeah, boy. I'm almost out of smokes. You know what that means? It means I'm gonna have to go back to Morristown and get the rest of my shit. Because that's where my smokes are at, and that's also the only place I can get those cigarette tubules for these smokes. Because I know as soon as I don't have that big old thing of tobacco, I'm getting closer and closer to the reservation where, let's say a pack of cigarettes is $10. $100 would get you 10 packs of cigarettes. $100 at the reservation can get you 1,000 packs of cigarettes. So you just have to go there once. People usually go once every couple months, and then they bring it back and they sell it to people. That's how hobos make money. They drive up to Altona to pick up tobacco, and then they sell it. I don't want to sell it. I just want some cheap tobacco. Tell me why more red cars have showed up. They all look like... I'm super alert because I'm on coke and riding down in my snowmobile. Let's turn on the heat. I need to get off the internet. I'm on Facebook talking crap. I'm feeling it build up. I overstayed my welcome. I invaded the group chats. I invaded the group pages. And I said a lot of profound things that made a lot of people think, and then I stuck around a little bit too long. That because of what happened to me this past couple weeks, my content has wavered. Don't fucking stare at me. I'm breaking the rules. Now where's my tent? Not only do I have this sleeping bag, but I also had a tent. And now I can't find my tent, guys. It's really scary. It's really concerning me. Because I can't afford to go to Capstone to get another one, so it looks like I'm SOL. Shit out of the emotion. Nope, it's right here. Oh, fuck you. I need all of this stuff, I'm just not organizing it right. I feel called to clip. I feel called to clip it. I cannot read chat and also have a camera that you can see me. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Let me make sure my phone is charging. Yeah, 6%, guys. I missed my appointment with Angelina. A lot of snow just fell off the roof. When I had an awakening that Angelina is Angel. Which means I will call and reschedule with that bitch. They can't be mad that I called the woman a bitch. Because they treated me like I was feral. It's now snowing. Tonight will be very cold. Tomorrow will be even colder. And then the next 2 days after that will be colder than it's ever been here. I've never been out. I've been out in -5, which feels like -20. It's going to be -7. That feels like who knows how much, because I don't know how bad the wind chill is going to get. I'm further up into the mountains, so I'm assuming it's going to be colder up here. But do you guys live near any mountains? It's completely covered in snow. That's all snow falling. That white fog, it's not a cloud. The clouds are up in the sky. That's a snowstorm. It's going to be coming for the next 2 hours, no diddy. God, God. You know, people have released Diddy sex tapes, so I'll be scrolling, and they're using the audio because the audio has gone viral. It's inspirational, no, it's not. I just missed my ex-girlfriend. Okay. But to be fair, I probably don't even know her anymore. I heard there's not many real ones left. That should be concerning for you guys. This is tobacco. This was the most important thing I learned in college. This is the most useful thing I've applied for my time with a degree in audio engineering. It's how to untangle cords. And I didn't even do it right. You have to untangle it first. When you're working on a sound design set, or in a recording studio, or you're on tour and you need to pack up the XLR cables really quickly. See how fast that was? Bam. 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 This is tougher than an XLR cable. The XLR cables move very nicely in your hand. These ones are all folded up, so it won't look as nice. I could make it look as nice, but I don't necessarily need to. Yeah, I didn't do a great job, but then usually you have like an extra. Here we go. And then what? Then we go back to on this side. Double wrap it. Stacking, making it happen. Bam. Oopsie, made it. Oopsie. should probably sew, if I could find my needle and thread, I should probably sew these emergency Mylar blankets to the outside of this sleeping bag, because they break very easily. Every time I get a good idea, the snow falls. Say no more rapid on stack and making cheese whiz crust. I have duct tape. I'm duct taping the sides together because I get uncomfortable at night and I kick out this back panel, which makes the sides really weak and they start to bend and fall off. So I'm duct taping the one that I put my head against to make it more sturdy and sound. And then I duct tape this side just to keep it from falling out. Okay. Let's do this side too. So at least one of them won't fall out. Okay. $1 million life insurance on my flesh. Dog. The dog look a little scared. Uptight woman staring at me from the distance. This. Go here. Put paint tanks. Go in here. I got a lot of stuff now. I need to get those totes from the dollar store. Whoopsie. Oopsie. I'll put it in my laundry. This can go in there as well. And I want to change into these. And I'm not sure about hats yet. And I have an extra glove. I need to find a use for. No. Yeah, I gotta get those totes from the dollar store. I've got too much stuff on. I don't even know how long I've had this. It's been through a lot. I should probably wash it. There we go. Now it's looking nice. Ooh, wait a second. I found the second glove for this. And I found my blue alien hat. Goes in here. This can go in there. This can go in there. This can go in here. This can go in here. This can go in here. It's out here. Go in here. Everybody's staring at me. An unusual amount of people are watching me right now. There we go. Let's see. think my headphones broke. Go here. This can go in there. This can go in there. This can go right here. My cheese pouch. Okay. It's the weekend. I'm not bothering anybody. It looks like I'm cleaning up. So I don't see why people are so interested in what I'm doing. How long have they been staring? Like 20 minutes now? Just stomping around now. Behind me, right? Now we can chill for a little bit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I just try to keep it small town. I try to embody the small town community that has been destroyed here. Because I remember what it used to be like. And all these people think that they're fighting for what it used to be like. But I was able to recognize what it was and also not have to embody all the bad things. So I thought about ending the live stream, and now everybody's getting up and leaving around me. I'll show you what it looks like. I want to watch YouTube and chill. But yeah, I try to leave a small footprint. So the mountain is about, I know Jeffersonville and Cambridge are about 10 miles. Oh, so the mountain must be about 20 miles. So as long as they plow it, as long as they plow the rail trail, that's about a two-day trek. Its appearance, and it's also that my new kid syndrome brings energy that makes them feel uncomfortable, and we get in fights. Everybody's challenging everybody, and most people are like woven into their communities, and that gives them some type of protection. You feel me? So I live out in the snow. It's nice. Look, I'm in the mountains. Look at that giant mountain right there. I'm deep in rural Vermont. There's like the tallest mountain in Vermont is like 10 miles from me right now. It's just, you have to climb a mountain 10 miles to get there. So it's really about a 20-mile hike around. And the snow is so tall that this wagon, yeah, it is. I sleep out here. I had a 100-degree fever. Yeah, I'm in Vermont. It's like Colorado, but there's less people. So you can actually chill outside like this. And sometimes I barely see anybody. I've been walking for 170 miles now. And then before that, I drove around New England. I drove through the border at Cornwall, New York, and then I outdrove the police, and I lived in Montreal for a month, and then got deported, and then I lived in Plattsburgh, New York, and then Keysville for a while, and then I was in Albany for a while, and then I was in Saranac Lake for a while, then I came back to Burlington, Vermont, and then I was there for a year, and then I drove around because I got a car, because I used to perform at college parties, and there's a bunch of rich kids out there, so they helped me, plus a homeless guy gave me his car. You guys are mad for no reason. Hateful. So, was it Derek? I'm out here making white America very mad. And they send the cops at me a lot. And the cops have done a lot of shit to me. So it gets pretty degrading. You kind of lose touch with yourself a lot. But it's cool. Yeah. I know Derek. I think I help him make music. I think I inspire him. He's a good guy. I don't know what the fuck he's up to. I don't know what the fuck he's been through. But he seems like a good kid. I think he's still in South Africa. I told him the same shit I'll probably tell you is unless you're really planning on owning a business and living in your community and like staying for the long haul and like starting a family and working together with your gang to really make a difference, you're not community revolution in progress. You're a boys club that uses guns. And if you put all your attention that you would have put into your ops into leveling up your own life, you'll be miles ahead of them, because they spend all their mental energy trying to destroy each other. Like every time I have people in here that's from Chicago, like I've had a lot of people that come in here that are in Chirac, and I met a lot of people that are from like, I know a lot of people that are MS-13. I know a lot of people that are Vice Lords. I know a lot of people that are just from that life, and for the most part, all they could talk about was what other people were doing, and it stopped them from their own life. So I'd like sit with these people, and I'd like I lived with a couple of them for a while, and I had to buy them a bench, and we all bench pressed all day and played GTA instead. Like, don't worry about the people down the road are doing. Just stay here and get buff, get better. In a couple weeks, all the girls that they think that want them will want you, because they're not doing anything, and you are. Even if they're trapping, making it happen, stacking, you'll have the energy, and that's what they want. You'll have the happiness. You'll be able to provide a better experience for them, which in turn will make more opportunities come to you. But I get it. The whole world is mad. The whole world's mad at everything. Everywhere I go, it's just people stomping around, mad at something. So like I'll walk into a Dollar General, and I'll walk around, and the girls will look at me and they'll say like, "Mom, there's a new guy." They'll go home and talk about me, and then within like a couple hours, there's a group of kids that are in high school that are pissed that the girl was like, "There's a new guy, he's cute." So then I have a bunch of rednecks in a truck looking for me, and I've had to fight like of like the guys in trucks that are mad about the girls. I've had to fight like 4 of them in the past 2 years, and then it's just a lot of cops. Like old women call the police on me all the time. I'm just walking around and they don't like it. So cops have done a bunch of shit to me, like manufacturing crimes to get you to react so they can say you're being disorderly, and then they can put you in cuffs, and then if you resist, then they put you in, and they usually wait until the weekend to do it, because that way you're in there for 3 days. It sucks, man. Community reparation shit. He's a nice person. Hold up. I hit a button. I hit channel activity. Just any gang shit. Any gang shit. Kids here play around with sticks. Now all the kids here think that they're gang members, and they buy guns. Or some kids out here in the state like this walk around with 22s. Yeah. I think I heard about Grape Street because there was a guy named Charlie Bow that drives around different hoods, and he started doing it during COVID, where he'd go out and interview gang members in Chicago. So I heard about that. But are you committed for life? Because in gangs, you're like, we're in this until we die. We live forever. Or is it like a job program? Like, I'm here now, and then when I move out, I'm not a part of it anymore. It's like, if you're here, you gotta be. Because there's probably no protection. There's probably a lot of... I bet every apartment building is like its own government. And it all has like a head. And they all have like moderators that manage all the money coming through. There's probably taxation out there, where it's like every single block has people have to pay taxes to the government and also to the people for protection. Chicago's like its own... Chicago's its own government. Its own country. Sweeping the streets. You got fat old guys on snowmobiles. The nearest hospital here is 15 miles away. As soon as these guys leave, if I were to like break my leg, I'd have to crawl a quarter mile before anyone could hear me. So who knows how many people die up there? Because there's tons of these small little trailer park villages sprinkled up in here. That's tough. I was born alone and I lived on a mountain in Vermont. And my dad was from Bronx, and my mom was from New York, and my grandpa was a cop in Bronx, and my great-grandfather trained messenger pigeons in World War II, and I think he trained dogs. The first time I ever met someone of another race, because I'm Irish, which Irish people weren't technically white until the 90s. Irish people, that's why a lot of, like Jamaicans have a lot of Irish names, and indigenous people have a lot of Irish names, and I'm not sure how much actual people from Africa were in the slave trade and how much people are actual American Indian, Native Indigenous, because there were dark-skinned indigenous people in Atlanta where they said the slave trade was the worst. And pretty much everybody down there had dark skin. But Irish people were not. We were slaves. We were in there too. It was only until the 90s when the Teamster Union, the Irish mob, got so big that the government kind of got stepped in, and then Irish people were no longer considered not white. Like, there used to be in that checklist where you put like Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, Hispanic, Native American, or whatever. Maybe they do indigenous people. Irish was an option. So I know my family's mostly Irish. But I think the first time someone of color moved in, I had to move away. Like I left that town and my mom moved away, and then I had a friend that lived in. We moved closer to New York, and there was a kid. I think he was Muslim and Hispanic. So I think he was like Middle Eastern and Hispanic, and his mom was a stripper, and she was a prostitute. So we would be chilling on the trampoline, and there was like tons of guys that were going in and out of this like, and it looks just like this, but there was more of a town in the area. And then pretty much nothing until COVID. Once COVID hit, then I wasn't around. I was like in Miami. I was in Phoenix. I was in Detroit, Columbus, Old Orchard Beach, Portland. And I was homeless. So I was out in the street with everybody. I realized this sucks. Like I can't stand these people. What up, Derek? Because you sent Sosa the link. Doxa. Feds are watching. I'm just seeing what these guys are doing. Derek, why are you sending people my live streams? Who are you sending my live stream to, man? I'm on the Trail of Tears. I can't be an Underground Railroad. I probably could. It's only 2 weeks of work to get one of these snowmobiles. It's just nobody will hire me. I haven't found anyone to hire me in months. They have job openings, but I think they're waiting for people that are in the community who want a permanent job. So when I show up and I say like, hey, I'm just traveling through, I want to work for 3 weeks, they never get back to me. So I'm gonna have to storm the town again and make them give me a job. Somehow. Because if I have a snowmobile, then we can come. Snowmobile probably have. I know motorcycles usually have 60 to 80 miles per gallon. So $3 can get you 60 miles on a motorcycle. So you could spend. It costs like 10 to get to New York City from here on a motorcycle would only be like $25. That's less than a Greyhound ticket. Plus on the way, you can stop in different towns, go sightseeing, download Tinder, get a gym membership. And then life becomes a lot more fun. I might get my passport though and leave. Come back when Trump issues the golden age. I appreciate it, man. Electronic store, audio, video. Those are squirrels. Hear that? There are 3 squirrels fighting. And there's a woman with her dog staring at me. I'll look at farms. The farms there's thousands of migrant workers here, and a bunch more just came from Ecuador. something like, I think there's like 60,000. There's not. What was the number? They're supposedly like they're expecting an insane amount of migrant workers to show up that may or may not be legal, and they're traveling around the state right now protesting to get equal opportunities for housing, even though they might not be American citizens, because they're living out here right now and they're freezing to death and they're getting raped, and the people here are violent, and a lot of them are getting kidnapped, and nobody knows what happens to them. They never come back. They're like getting a truck and the guy says he'll drive them 10 miles west to the next town, and then they never make it to that town. We don't know what's going on. So these migrant workers are crying and trying to talk to people, and nobody here cares because they're all on Trump. Deport all the illegals. So a lot of the farms have already been filled up by Jamaicans and other types of immigrants, and they live in barns. So one time I went to a party with a bunch of Jamaicans and a guy named John I met that lived up the road in Brattleboro, and it was one story of a barn. So the barn was as big as this parking lot probably, and there was something like 50 of them crammed in there, and they worked at this huge farm, and they made $7 an hour. And because of that, they showed me pictures of what it's like at home, and they live in like these giant mansions back home because they're working on the farm, but then at night they're learning e-commerce. They were selling masks during COVID. Some of them had second jobs out there. Like a couple of them became American citizens so that they could be the breadwinners. And then they send everything they make. They live off the food that they grew in the farm, and they sent one of them to local food shelves, and then everything that they made went directly back to, I think it was Jamaica, and they are living in mansions down there. They bought like in like the 30 years that those multi-gen Jamaican families were working on this farm, they own like an entire block full of mansions back home. Like, this much land in like Nicaragua is the same as like a mobile home here. And like, I think now there are apps you can get on your phone where you can you don't need to change your SIM card. You can just pay like $90 a month and you get unlimited Wi-Fi out there. Plus Starlink. You can get Starlink now. But they've got I could become a bounty hunter. Derek, they kicked me out, Derek. I had my window open and she came in and yelled at me. And then she said, "We're just not compatible." And I said, "Well, I don't want to date you." And she hung up on me. So I'm 10 miles north. I carried this wagon. I'll show you. And I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Cause fuck y'all. I was gifted some smokes. So the snow is about this deep. Bam. It was deeper than that. Later, Sosa. Then, later, Sosa. Don't die out there, guys. I had to cart this shit. I'm just paranoid because there are a lot of people around. I'm not gonna say the Matrix and the crows and the evil, because there's like 6 different people staring at me right now. Fuck, there was something I was trying to tell Sosa. Oh yeah. There's tons of communities out there that you could save up $20,000 and you could live for 10 years as a king, where all the girls want you. Everybody wants to be your wife. I was trying to tell them that Chicago sucks. And that you could just, for the same amount of money it's probably costing you guys to live out there, save up and MoneyGram someone. Like, Derek, if you're out of the country, open up like a African bank account and then have all your people from Chicago MoneyGram you so that the money's no longer in that area. Because I don't know anything to do with cities. But I know New York, IRS is crazy. I know the banks sometimes just don't have money. I've seen videos of guys that try to take out like $2,000 from the bank in cash, and they call the cops, and the guy gets arrested for nothing, and they try to find a way to fine him some of his money. And it's never a white guy. So I don't know what the gang violence is like, or if they're forcing you guys to get your money out. Like, you have to pay somebody just to live there plus rent. But if you're already multi-country, you're still learning stock trading and all that forex shit. Dude, my dad, I think my dad's made a lot of money in forex. Who do I know? The guy's called Johnny Options. Johnny Options on YouTube has a Discord group, and he is active, and he loves that community. And he's probably 19, and he's living full-time in Miami, partying every night. And he goes live and shows you his live trades, and you don't have to pay for it. You just watch his live stream, and he explains exactly what he's doing. He wakes up, he looks for liquidity in higher time frames. He bets the money. It goes up, he takes it out. And he makes enough to be living in a nice apartment in Miami. That's the life. My computer literally fried. I made $2,500 in crypto, and then my computer fried, and I lost it all. You can't tell me that wasn't somebody else in that group that found my IP because I was publicizing that I had just killed someone in self-defense, and I was hiding in a parking ride making money. That draws attention. I should have kept my mouth shut. But I was hoping somebody would feel bad for me and donate me 20 grand, because I was seeing kids in those crypto groups make $100,000 in 3 days. Learning for like a week, showing their dad, investing their dad's life like 20 grand, blowing it up to 150, giving their dad 75 grand, making a YouTube video about it, getting a bunch of views, selling a course, making 300 grand, dropping it back into crypto, made $1 million, and then left the group and never saw him again. I also saw tons of Chinese companies that were popping into groups pretending to be kids, following where the kids were all spending their parents' money. And then the Chinese people would jump in right at the same time. You'd see a bunch of Chinese letters, and then they'd all pull out and take all those kids' money. They'd pretend to be their age, get them all hyped up, gaslight them into investing, and then they just rip all the money out. I don't know any loophole. I don't know anything to do with IRS. I don't even pay my own taxes. But I know that we're moving towards a completely digital currency. So people are saying that get gold and silver and get as much of it as possible, because it's only going to go up. Other than that, I think getting a motorcycle is dope. It's really dangerous. Like, here, pretty much like half the deaths are drunk driving in motorcycles. Because it's like the only way to get around the mountains is to have a truck and to just waste all your money in gas so that you can have that truck lifestyle where you can go get drunk out in the woods and fuck your girlfriend, do tailgate parties, or you have to get a motorcycle or a Subaru. You either got a truck, a Subaru. Most people have all three. Like, most people out here live in trailers and they own a motorcycle, a truck, and a Subaru. And they make the Subarus loud as fuck, so it's annoying to everybody. Like, I'm surprised we're not hearing all the The kids must have decency here because they live so close together. They probably banned it in this town because it would all be those suited up Subies. But Johnny Options on YouTube, he's good. And I trust him. He's been reaching out to me for 6 months. Like he heard my story, and then I didn't answer him for 6 months because I didn't have a computer. But for 6 months, he was always like, "Are you good, man? Like, what the fuck happened?" That's a good kid. And he looks just like my other friend, Johnny Mike. You know what I'm saying? So, that's where I would start. If you need help with that stuff. But I got a notebook and I sat there and just kept looking up videos and I really thought about it. And then I think that there was a problem with my bank account. I couldn't run PayPal or Cash App with it, so I didn't want to go start a regular bank account because I didn't want them being able to monitor my money because I felt like it might jeopardize my food stamps. So I stuck to crypto. But I think my dad has made a lot of money in it. I have tons of Discord crypto groups. It's all good. I don't know which one. I've got 3 now. And I've got a Facebook page. It's all good, man. Honestly, the more likes that my Facebook profile picture gets, because I post pictures of myself that don't look nice, because I want my hometown to look at my profile, because they stalk it all the time. And I don't... Back when I posted like actual good pictures of myself, when I was getting like 50 likes, 60 likes, which is like half this town is 100 people. So I was getting like 50, 60 likes in a small town. I had people threatening me every day. I had people stalking me. I had people following me around. I had people showing up and flashing their guns at me. Everybody was pissed off at random things just because girls were heart reacting. So I started posting stuff that is like socially unacceptable and made me look weird. So I think it'd be really cool if all of a sudden I started getting flooded with 500 likes on my face, on all of my profile pictures. I think my hometown would shit themselves and some people would cut themselves and my ex might come back. My ex has a degree now and she's certified in tons of things and she has a job that's very respectable in the community. And she also has horses that she takes care of and she's only looking better. And I'm out here living, like this. It's tough. But you know what? I feel more like a man than I've ever been. I feel like it was necessary. And I'm very proud when I come across other people. Because it's pretty obvious that they haven't been through what I've been through. So that's pretty fulfilling. No, I'm not that. It's going to get cold. It's like 20 degrees right now, which we're used to -5 now. But pretty soon it's going to be down to like -10 up here. Plus the wind chill. So I'm going to have to camp out here and hope for the best. I'm going to have to dig myself in, move these park benches so that it doesn't be intrusive to other people. And I'm just going to bury myself with the heater for 3 or 4 days. I'm trying to work. There's a gas station straight up the road up there I'm trying to work at. Or I might just move another 10 miles up. The next town, let's see, there's a... Yeah, the next town is supposedly 8 miles. Which I did 10 in 7 hours with the wagon. So in a snowstorm, through all this thick snow, there was more, but it rained for a little bit. dragging the wagon when the wheels wouldn't move. It took me about 7 hours to cover 10 miles. And I'm still sore. Like my feet hurt, my legs hurt, man. So I'm trying to wait. I was hoping to stay here. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that before too, where you dig down into the dirt, and then in places like this, there's sand and salt up the road. So you just get like a tub full of the sand, and then you burn some sand in hot coals, and then you cover it in dirt, so the dirt stays warm. And then you can put your stuff on top of that warm dirt, and that keeps the bottom warm. And then every day you just find more wood, reshuffle the sand in the dirt. Make the coals hot again by adding more wood to burn under the charcoal, and then put the dirt back over it. So then you have this like charcoaly dirt that you just kind of mold around, and it stays warm. But I don't think I need that necessarily because of what I have here. If I really need to, I can move this and duct tape it in a way that it won't move, and it will seal off the side here. Plus I have emergency, like, super sub-zero of these space blankets. The problem is they rip a lot, so I got a needle and thread somewhere. Worst case, I'll sit in here with the heater, and I'll sew the emergency blankets into my sleeping bag that's really messed up. So I'll like bury a ton of fabric in there, because I have this nice extreme cold sleeping bag that would keep me warm, but it's all fucked up and ripped, and it's like everything's falling out, and it's not even like a full square anymore. It's just like a rag that's got some padding. So if I sew that on top of my other sleeping bag, and then in between that I sew the emergency blankets, and then I put a tarp over the top, and I sew all that together, I have like a super blanket that works as like a moldable shelter. So I can just get any form of sticks, and I could make like a stick. I could duct tape. I was gonna screw boards into it, but I think duct taping sticks works just as well. I could duct tape sticks to the top here, so that I could just lay the tarp over the top, and then duct tape the thermal blanket around this side to block the wind chill. And then when I go back to my other site, I have my other blankets and sleeping bags, and the mat that I could put on there. So then I have like an actual wagon side on this side as a wind chill blocker. And then I just leave by popping these out. I didn't do it because where I was at, remember I had to walk through that small trail to get out into the rail trail. So if I had like a big structure, all this twigs and stuff would break it pretty easily. Like, it won't be something that you can put weight on. It won't be something that snow can go on top of, because it'll just fall over and the duct tape will get wet, and then it will not be as sticky. So I was trying to save up for screws, and I want a tool set. I want a skill saw, a sawzall, drill, one of those big lights. I have a hammer, and then there was something else I wanted, just a regular tool set. And then while I'm here, everywhere I go, like, I could just build wagons like this, made of wood. And I could build something that's a little bit bigger than this. So like one that's like 8 feet, so that you can put an 8x4 tent on top of it. And then meet a homeless person, sell them it for like $20. All it cost me was electricity and some screws. So I just charge them time plus materials, patent it. Then I go to community action programs and I sell them the dream that homeless people will show up on the street, and you can give them schematics or you can contract me to come build like 5 or 6 wagons. Five wagons, $250 a piece. This wagon alone, which my wagons would be a lot more secure than these. These are literally falling apart. But these won't give you splinters. You know what I'm saying? And the parts are interchangeable. So that's 150 right there. This wagon alone is 150. We got here late April, early May is when spring starts. Pretty much like the end of like February or April, like 20th usually. Right when Aries ends is when the snow actually starts melting. So I still have I've got 2 months if I want to go skiing. So, what if I tarp the table, dry up the ground, and sleep on the ground with your pad and 2 sleeping bags you can stretch out? No, I like the wagon. I'll just move it so that I'll move this back so that I can put my legs on this. And then down the road, I don't know if you saw it, down the road there's a chair. Somebody left out 2 chairs that have wheels. So I'm trying to get those. I don't want to sleep on the ground. It's harder to get up, and it makes the interaction a lot worse, I've found, with people. When I'm in the wagon, it seems like the conversation goes a lot better on my end than when they're hovering over me, kicking me on the ground. When I'm in the wagon, they can't kick me. I don't know, they treated me differently every time they've confronted me when I'm in the wagon versus when I'm on the ground. Maybe because it seems like I'm more put together, like I'm more of a professional hobo. Or maybe they can see that I worked hard for something. I miss Vivek's cabin, man. What I really want is like a sort of Vivek's cabin that's in this area. Maybe even further into the mountains. I want a big open piece of land, but I don't want it to be down in Texas. I want it to be in the mountains. And I don't want to own it. I don't want it to anything to do with the government. But you know what? My high school crush, this bad bitch named Ruby, who we all called it, everyone knows was a slut because she was so hot that everybody wanted her and she didn't care. So she would she'd go to parties and she'd be making out with like 6 different guys in like 5 minutes. She'd just like walk in. She was a Sagittarius too. She'd walk into a room and start making out with somebody, then move to the next one, then move to the next one. So she always had this like darkness about her. I'm sure she was having orgies and 4-ways, and she was part of a rich family. So her parents would pay for her to go down to Nicaragua and Costa Rica, and she'd be down there alone with her girlfriends. So she moved to Nicaragua, and she took a photo that looks pretty much exactly like this, except it's warm, and it's always going to be warm, and it's tropical. The mountains look just the same. and it looked like she was on like in her own land. She had like her own house down there that she probably saved up for a year, made like 60 grand, went down there and probably started an eco village. And she's probably doing like an underground railroad where all of her friends are now working and going down there, getting their passports and leaving. And now they're partying every day, doing mushrooms and having orgies with the locals, going on boogie boards down to coves that we can't even imagine. And then they probably fly back for 6 months, work, get a shit ton of money, and then go down there like quadruple times as rich as anyone that was working full-time down there. Plus, they're really happy to have her because she's hot. All of her friends are hot. And she's bringing a lot of money into the community. So she became a queen. The only reason I want to stay here is because I love my dad, man. God gave me such a cool life. I don't want to see it go. I'm a mountain man. I'm the Irish mountain man. I don't want to let go of that. They took my kingdom. I'm mad they took my kingdom from me, really. I would have been set with 40 cabins, plus I could have convinced Skip to keep that ski chalet he sold for $300,000 when it's going to be worth like $5 million in 10 years. I could have like, it was just God gave me a really hard hand. I had nobody down that would be down to work. I had nobody I trusted in my corner. There was nobody at the time that would have been, except my girlfriend. I would have had to like really commit to my girlfriend who had already cheated on me once and was, back then she was not 18 and she was refusing to give up Snapchat. Because that's what they do. They use Snapchat. I was 21 when she was 18. I was institutionalized and I grew up alone on a mountain. I never used any form of social media. I would just use it to meet up with people and have fun outside. These guys were managing like hundreds of different relationships on Snapchat where they're talking to hundreds of different people every day. I'd look on her phone and she was one of those ones where she's having like 7 different conversations a night and 5 of them were with guys. And you look up and they had like hearts or the guy was sending her hearts and she was not sending the guy hearts. So she was keeping around guys that might have been her roster or her backups or her validators. And I was watching Steph is Cold. I was watching MJ Get Right and Alpha Male Strategies that were telling me about female nature and people that are for the streets. So I had the hottest girl in town and I hated this bitch. Because I knew every time she came to my house, she's opening up and having mental sex, social sex with 6 other dudes. And I'm in there making beats trying to save the world. So I was not about to commit to working 12 hours a day and have her work full time so that we could buy this $300,000 house for my family. I wish that I had saved it and just made the right call at the right time and told Skip, just wait a couple years and I will get you that money and we will get it in crypto. You know, like actually living up to my potential and being a king. Instead, I was depressed and traumatized and I let it slip out of my fingers. And then we lost a castle and we lost another castle and we lost our entire hold in the community. And then they degraded us to nothing. And then we've just been homeless bums that were meant to rule over everybody, that are just walking around enjoying life and how beautiful it is out here. My dad had a pheasant that would follow him around, and he had dogs and he has birds around him, hummingbirds, cats. He walks around with tons of animals. And I walk around with birds and I see deer all the time. And I feed raccoons and get them out of trash cans. And one time I went fishing with my indigenous friend and none of the fish were biting. They were trying to bite the hook. And then I saw that there was a big fish that had a giant hook in his mouth that kept scaring the fish away. And then eventually he turned around and looked me right in the eyes. Like he looked me like this. and he bit the hook, and he already had a giant one. So that fish literally was like, if you're not going to kill my friends, and if you're not going to stop, I might as well just do it. I watched that fish look me right in the eyes, and it killed itself so that we could eat. And I went home and fed it to my cat. We didn't even take the hook out of its mouth. So I've never been able to fish again since I saw that conscious fish that knew what we were doing, that saved all of its friends, and then sacrificed itself and looked at me with hatred. I've never been. I don't want to fish ever again. I don't want to hunt or fish again. If they're killing cows, I'll eat the beef. If they're killing chickens, I'll eat some chicken. But I'm not gonna kill them. I'm not gonna do it. Giant farm out there that's killing cows for beef, and there's beef at the store that they're gonna throw out if nobody eats it. I'm gonna eat it, but I'm not gonna raise a cow just to kill it. I'm not gonna betray it like that. I don't want that cow to die thinking, why did you do this to me? And then realize that its whole life was just to be consumed by somebody else. I'm not doing it. We're clipping that. Because that's an impactful story that's going to be in my book. Now let's find my lighter to have the smoky smoke. From the... You can't... It heats fine. The problem is actually that it overheats. So it's actually better to leave it like this. Because you have to keep the cold airflow. So it has to be like this constant cycling, or else the inside will overheat. A dog barking. Derek, a real one. Derek is a real good friend. He is a homie, man. He said, God got me. I don't know if this works anymore. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. I need Adderall to think, or else I come across weird. I don't need my YouTube channel grown. I need an army to take my hometown back from the evil white people that want to hurt all the homeless and all the immigrants because some people are hooked on crack. Isn't that storybook? But there's no way. There's just too many people, I think, that have common sense that will let that happen. I think people are saying the same thing about Trump. You gonna blow this here? I mean, you got 2 C's in your name, bro. You chose 2 C's. You didn't know anything about the 33 and you chose the 2 C's. So, from what I can tell, that's what blows up. If all the shit that I say is true, then when you are 23 will usually be the year that you get like super famous. All the people that blow up usually blow up in the zodiac year they were born in. Like Michael Jordan was a cat. He blew up in a cat year. My most fulfilling year has been this past 3, or the past 2, the cat and the dragon, and I'm born right in the middle of cat and dragon. So I'm in my element right now, and I'm getting pretty much everything I asked for. I wanted a legendary story to be in the coolest movie, and I got it. So just stay consistent, man. Stay consistent and work on making stuff that you love. And then don't take your life for granted. Don't waste it. I wasted a lot of my life just sitting around. Now that I'm like, I've gotten to the point where I think Tyler looks too young. I think Tyler acts like a kid now, and I feel like I'm just around too many old people. That I feel like Tyler is almost too young for me now. I feel like I'm growing into an adult. I don't like it. Word. They made me. I was the only person. I was forced to, when I was in foster care, in order to leave the institution I was at, the residential program, I had to join the tennis team because my foster dad was the coach. And I was the worst person on the team. And then I became the 4th worst person at the end of the season. So I was able to beat 3 other kids, which is pretty cool because I went from living in a box for 2 years to actually being a better athlete than some kids. But I was really good at helping the other kids. Like every time that they called me Co-Coach Casey because I would put on my foster father's coach jacket. So it said coach, and I'd walk around and give people tips that I would just be like, okay, I guess I'll just pay it. If I'm going to sit on the bench, I might as well watch the games. So I'd sit off to the side and tell people like, that guy seems to be fucking up every single time you hit it on the left. So put it on the right twice and then do one strong one to the left. Trip him up and then put him into dark waters so he keeps getting confused because he's not used to his left side. And then do it fast enough so that he doesn't have a chance to think, oh, this is a learning experience. Have him be overwhelmed at his fault so that he fucks himself up. Scare him. Keep him on that side. And they'd win. So that's why my high school picture on the tennis team, all the kids are kneeling and I'm standing and I have the coach uniform on because they called me Co-Coach Casey before we knew about 333. And then the homeless people used to call me the Kingmaker because I'd walk into the homeless camp and try to make everybody get better at their life. And they said that my energy made them fire on all cylinders. They were like, they didn't need the drug when I was around in 2023 because my presence got them high. And I didn't like that because they would get greedy and they'd start getting weird and all the crackhead women would try to come on to me. And I was traumatized and living out there. So I know part of my life is that all the time, like I have there's a kid named Phoenix that raps and Johnny Mike and I have tons of other people that are like your age. I don't know how old I think you're 16, right? They're like 19. That do the same thing. They met me and then they started making music. like full time. I think that I don't have the stability to actually be myself. So I'm kind of stuck in purgatory. That's what happens when you go out on your own. If you don't hold on to everything, if you don't hold on to your life and where you are now and what you want out of life, everything you've learned, it sort of all falls away, and then you're just left to constantly be picking up pieces and starting over. Like pretty much every day is me falling apart and having to piece it all back together and hold on to what I like and what I don't like, or else I just become the people I'm around. That's the only reason I'd ever advocate for going to college. Because it gets lonely quick, and then loneliness can drive you insane. And then, I mean, I look back and realize that I think that this time of my life has made it so in the future, everything that I do, I'll be more grateful of every moment and I'll appreciate everything better. And I've learned more about life that if I had stayed in my bubble and in my nest, I would have been living a lie for the rest of my life. Like, I probably would be more physically attractive right now because I'd be groomed and I'd be buff and I'd have money and a car. But all the girls that I'd be sleeping with or dating, I would be like half checked out. I would have barely even recognized, there's a new level of empathy for everyone that I've learned from what I've been through and the people I've met along the way. So that's the biggest reason I think that this is a better life than if I had went to college. You gotta turn 18. I mean, the worst thing that happens to people that I see that turn 18 that don't go to college is that they don't stay consistent in their life and they fall too heavily into drugs and social stuff because they're young, and then they sort of lose grip on reality and they become like floaty, and it becomes harder for them to think, and they slowly they lose their sense of, because when you're a kid you have this confidence and you have this focus and you're put together. When you get older, it's harder to keep it together. From my experience, it almost becomes like half of your day is just stopping you from floating away. I don't know if the people that are older here can relate to that. That adulthood kind of becomes like you get trapped in a bunch of different stuff. And then when you're a kid, it all seems together. I guess the best way is make sure you don't grow out in the wrong way and then lose track of your roots. Make sure you keep it as a nice experience. There's people watching out. I don't know, everybody's different. I would have definitely, everybody says this. So Snoop Dogg, this is what the current mayor of Rutland told me when I was in a shelter program and he was a staff member, is that before Snoop Dogg became Snoop Dogg, he had his boys, and his group was called Snoop Dogg and his boys. And eventually Snoop Dogg got to a level where his boys weren't helping him in any way, and they were sort of leeching off of him, and he realized he never really liked them. He was just stuck with them because they came up together. And eventually the only way he was able to move on to a better life for himself was leaving his boys behind and just becoming Snoop Dogg. So they would tell all of us that in group, is that no matter where you are, and I wish that I had really taken that advice, and I wish that I cut off all my friends when I was 17. I wish that I had stopped being friends with Dakota pretty much after I met him. The first time that he really fucked me over, I wish that I left them all behind. But I was way more loyal than they were. I was way more committed to like and caring about people than they were. So I wish that I left. I wish I never got high with Nate and Kyle. I wish I never went to Kyle's house at all. I wish that I stopped talking to Dakota in 2017. I wish I never really met Jordan. There's no good. Jordan's never good. Like, the coolest thing about Jordan is that he believed in me. Jordan believed in me. He said if I blew up, he would get a tattoo of my green heart. But other than that, and they were funny. It was fun to be around them. But for the most part, the drugs fucked me up. But I guess I'm glad that I hung out with them instead of with the popular kids. Because the popular kids are fucking boring. They're boring. But life as a man is lonely. Unless you want to live, like, I mean, a lot of families, there's no one way to live. I know plenty of families that are from other countries that they stay together for their whole life. And they grow together. And they leave the house to go do things like join the Peace Corps or travel with the Red Cross or become a fire department guy. And then there are people that are going around with the wildfires that are from like Nicaragua. And then they get some glory, they have adventures, but they send money home to their family. And when they come home, they live back with the family, and it's not weird. Here, it's like you turn 18 and you have to move out. A lot of people want you to go to college and leave. Start your own life. Leave the nest. But that drives most people insane. Like, I know people from my hometown that have kids and have full-time jobs, and they're completely insane. They left home too early. They didn't have a good enough upbringing. They didn't have anybody in their corner. They didn't go through enough like I went through. I went through it all like this. That's given me a really good grounded sense of self that I already had, but it's like you fold like a sword and you get sharper. Other people, like my ops, they're so delusional, stuck in a daydream, but not in a good way like me. Like, I'm trying to make a better tomorrow and I'm escaping into a better life. It's like they think that they're so much more than they are, and the way they act is like naturally dramatic and not in a fun way. It's like they're trapped in the drama because they have no grounded sense of self that comes from all this trauma that I have, that you probably have too. Because I've only like dipped my toe in the streets. I've been in there for like weeks at a time, and I had people that had my back, that I mostly just helped them with whatever they were doing. Like, I got them a bench press. I would go into town and get them things because we were like a small unit of a different culture that I was learning from in a place that really people were calling them the N-word. They were chucking things at them. I would like see them all get into groups, and they thought that I didn't know them. So they would like invite me in to talk shit about them and like talk about how their friends were Hell's Angels, bikers down in whatever. And if they want them gone at any moment, they could show up, and they're like getting together and getting real mad about it. And I never understood it until now, that those were like energy rituals. They were manifesting outcomes to keep themselves feeling powerful. Like, that's why haters do it. And that they do it to me now because my hair is long, and now homeless is the new black. They don't care about black people anymore. Some of them do, but for the most part, they're all sprinkled in. It's just anyone that doesn't work anymore. If you don't work, if you're an illegal immigrant or you're homeless, doesn't matter if you do drugs or not. Those people are getting the brunt of it now. Those people are getting targeted and going missing, not being able to get hired at jobs. The prejudice is all turned into anyone that doesn't want to fit in, I guess. It's the best way to put it. Like I experience I call it communal prejudice everywhere. And as my hair got longer, it got worse. And I've seen a lot of my hometown fall. All right. You gonna go to college? That's what's up. I have no idea what college is gonna be like. What I see from college is the protesters. I see Charlie Kirk and all the people screaming at him, debating him, and none of them make sense. They're all going to college and reading books all day. They're learning, yet they have no common sense, and they're just not able to. You can't even speak to them, and they're like normal people. They're buff people. There are people of different races and cultures, and none of them are making any sense. So I think that like I don't know. It's like you need a certain amount of travel, and you need to be homeless, and you need to be in college, and you need to be in social groups and partying. Like you have to make your life as diverse as possible to actually get a good upbringing. How did you become homeless, man? When I was 13, my mom gave me away to my dad, and then I came back for a while, and then when I was 11 or 12, my mom gave me away, and she moved up to West Rutland, and then she wanted me back, so I went back, and then she gave me up again, and then I went back to my dad, and then I think I went back to my mom when she broke up with whatever she left me with my dad to go get engaged with somebody, and didn't want the kid around, and then I came back on and off, and when I was back with my dad, then I was back with my mom. So she gave me up, lived with my dad, then she took me back, then she gave me up, then she took me back. Then I was hanging out deep in the woods, like way deeper than this, like a way smaller place than this. Way out in the woods. And like the nearest store to get food was like 15 or so miles. Whereas here there's a Dollar General right there. Deep. And I would just sit there and watch YouTube videos, and I'd take the bus to school. But I had a family of 11 kids that were all Irish, and they were all 6 foot with blue eyes and black hair, and they all had huge muscles, and they didn't have any sort of phones or internet. They would play Minecraft with each other, and that was it. And they'd watch like the same 5 movies. And the parents had Netflix in their room, and the kids weren't allowed to watch Netflix, and they were Christian. And I hung out with them every single day for a couple years. I started smoking cigarettes with them. I smoked weed a couple times with them. We started going to parties. I did acid a couple times, and I don't think it messed me up as much as people say it messed me up, because I've always been the same. It's just I felt like I had more control over my imagination, which drove me to becoming a little bit weirder. So that's what people were saying. I changed. I feel like I grew. But then the family, I started showing up too much, and the kids that were homeschooled originally started going to school. So freshman year, my best friend realized that I'm not anywhere close to a popular kid, and I am kind of weird. And the family was like, Sam needs to be around the popular kids, and he needs to play sports, or else he's going to be fucked up. And Casey's kind of fucked up, and he's Sam's only friend. So they all got together and decided the best way is to just cut off contact with me. So the whole family broke up with me. I was not, even though I hung out with like 5, if I didn't hang out with one, I was hanging out with the other. So there was like 7 different kids I was always hanging out with. And then that became none of them were allowed to speak to me, and they were my neighbors. So I'd go to the door, and they would just be at dinner, and they would just ignore me. I'd knock and just look at them through the window, and none of them would look up at me. I'd call them, and they wouldn't answer. I'd get on the bus, and none of them would talk to me. And I was like recovering from acid. I didn't know what happened.
So I like delved into like social skills. I picked up the piano, I picked up guitar. I would skip school to work out because I would work out all night because I'm like I just need to get big muscles and then that's going to fix the problem. As soon as I'm buff and I can play guitar, because everybody likes them because they're buff and play guitar. So as long as I'm buff and I play guitar, they'll like me. And then nobody ever hit me up. School, everyone in school stopped talking to me. So I stopped going. And then I like the insecurity really got me. Like I was like screaming at my mom, like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Am I fat? And I like slammed there was like a bunch of plates on a shelf and I slammed the shelf and a plate broke and cut my mom pretty bad. And because I just couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. Nobody would tell me. All I needed was somebody to say, "Hey, I know you don't get it because you're young, but you're different, and we don't really like that right now because we're trying to be more friends with the other kids, so we don't want to hang out with you as much." I would have been like, I probably would have cried and been like, "I'm sorry, there's something wrong with me," but then one time my mom wouldn't let me back in the house, so I pulled the fire alarm because my mom did it in a horrible way. My mom, there's very little things I'm proud of my mom doing, or I think that was the right decision. I don't. My mom thinks she's so much more than she is. Um, like she thinks she's right about things she's not right about at all, and her way is not right at all, and she does things that really are a detriment to my life, thinking she's trying to help, and she like can't have a conversation with me. She's a super guilt tripping, shameful narcissist. Need for control that hides in Section 8. So it was kind of healthy I left, but one night so I quit school and I dropped out and I started working at that mountain resort that was on the other side of my house. So I told you I lived in that nice ski chalet at the end of the road, and there was that abandoned mountain resort got bought by the guy who owns all the different trash companies across the country, Jim Barnes, I think. So like probably when you were in Chicago and saw your garbage truck pick up, the people that owned that garbage truck, he bought that mountain and he hired a bunch of immigrants and he hired my dad as a valet and he hired me and he hired like management and it was like a resort. It had like a spa, it had a bowling alley, a movie theater, and I was working doubles as a dishwasher. I only worked for like 3 weeks, but I was pulling 16-hour shifts and I made like $2,000. And it was stressful because I was still sort of recovering from acid and I was alone with nobody and I barely knew my father. So how I recovered is the same way I do this, is that I like to hide in my den. And my dad didn't like that I was hiding in my den because my dad bottles up things he's not happy about and he doesn't know how to communicate it right because of all of our collective trauma and maybe brain injuries or drugs. I don't really know. But he stormed one time. I can't. So I one time I did acid, the last little half a tab that I had, and I went to work and I worked 12 hours. Fine, I worked a double. I was the main dishwasher that night, so we had 200. They said something like maybe 2,000 tables, so the potential to have 20,000 people that night. It was some ridiculous number that it's the dish pit is like 200 degrees. It hurts your hands to do, and plus I had like sensory problems from the acid because I was like completely disassociated. And I did it all, and then I walked outside because they said a famous band was performing. So I did all my work early, had time, so I walked out against the wishes of my managers. I wasn't allowed to do it, but I did it anyway because I was tired of all my peers that were still in school and nobody spoke. They were still not talking to me. But they were bus boys and they were making a lot of money, and I was in the dish pit with the losers, making nothing. So I walked out with the bus boys to see what the fuss was about, I guess. And it was Cheap Trick. It was a band from the '80s or something, and they kept trying to throw me a pick because maybe they felt the energy, or maybe they saw me standing there weird alone, just like off to the side. Like there was all the people were at the main dance floor, and I was standing like off in the corner with the light on me. So they kept trying to throw me a pick, and I just completely missed it every time. And then a rich piece of shit, like 40-year-old guy, would push me out of the way and grab the pick and walk back into the thing. And then they did it like 6 times. and then more people just took it from me before I could get it. And there was a giant security guard who I meet like once a year in my life. He keeps coming back into my life randomly. I like find him randomly. Big indigenous African security guard named George. And I always meet him on George Road or St. George Road, or I met him in St. George. Where I like found a George Washington crossing the Delaware coin, and then I meet him that day. He was there. He helped me like finally get a pick. And then I went back in, finished my job. At the end of the shift, you have to empty out the grease trap with all the garbage that went down into the drain, all the oils and shit. So you have to empty that into a mop bucket and then take an elevator down. And so I face planted into the mop bucket, trying to get the grease out. I slipped in my non-slip shoes and I face planted. So my face was disgusting and oily all over, and it was gross. I brought it downstairs to go dump it, and then my manager Tom was freaking out, like throwing a hissy fit, slamming things in like a small back room. So I just walked in and was like, "Are you okay?" And he was so mad. It looked like he was gonna hit me. He didn't know what to do. He was just freaking out, angry. And then turned around, and Cheap Trick passed me in the hallway, and they were like, "What's up?" And they were all really happy, smiling. And I could feel that all of us were on acid and nobody else was. Like I felt like we all had the heightened senses. So there was like a recognition that like they understood that I knew what was going on and nobody else did. Whether or not it's because they sold their soul and they're part of a reptilian cult, and I also have the same bloodline with the RH negative. For whatever reason, we like clocked each other, and I felt like I can still look back and feel what it felt like to be a famous rock star. Just like from what I felt from their energy. Like I picked it, like I sort of downloaded it. Then I think I either walked or took a shuttle home, and then my dad had taken my door off the hinges, so I couldn't lock myself in like I locked myself in this den. I used to lock myself in my room and watch Minecraft videos. And then I just, my dad had blown up in the past, and one time he threw knives at the wall and he ripped all my books apart and he smashed my keyboard in half because he was mad I wouldn't talk to him, and he was mad I wouldn't talk to him again. So I just kept saying, like, please give me my door back. Please, I don't feel comfortable or safe. I just want to go to bed. I just worked a double. I had hiccups, so I was like in between. I was hiccuping and I was almost throwing up. Like I think before I talked to my dad, I threw up from the hiccups because I like had trouble drinking Mountain Dew because I was on acid. So I like forced myself to have hiccups, and then I couldn't get it to stop. So I was like throwing up on hiccups, and I couldn't feel safe. And my dad had taken my door, and my dad was pacing in circles, huffing and puffing, like the same way that my manager was. So I didn't know what to do. And then eventually he like screamed to get the fuck out of the house. He grabbed me by my leg and he kept dragging me on the floor, trying to whip me out the door. And he did that like 4 times, and I had to like kick him and escape him from just grabbing my leg and yanking me out the house. Then when he realized he couldn't get me, he ran for my Xbox to break my television and my Xbox, which were my only comfort. That was my escape. It's probably, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's probably why I'm addicted to my phone. Because that was my escape as a child, was content. And my dad weighed 280 pounds. He showed me. He showed me how much he weighed because we had a scale. He weighed 280 pounds somehow, because I told you I was getting buff, working out all day. I deadlifted him, picked him up over my shoulder, and I whipped him down onto the bed frame, and I think I broke his hip, and I smashed my guitar. And then I grabbed my TV and my Xbox. I had no coat. It was like sub-zero or close to it. It was snowing, I think. Or it was really cold, and there was a lot of snow on the ground, and the plow hadn't come yet. So I was walking in the snow, and my fingers were freezing and purple, and I couldn't move them. And my dad was in the car. I had to walk a mile with no boots on and no coat, and my dad was just speeding by me, staring at me like this. And he just speed by really quickly. And then he did that like twice. He's just screaming and speeding by me. And I walked to the next house. I knocked on the door. It was a guy he was like in his 90s. He had cancer. He couldn't speak. He had these tubes in his throat and in his nose. I had to like help him get up the stairs because I was knocking so frantically. He did it. He got down the stairs to help me. I told him what happened, and the guy couldn't even think. He was just like sitting on the couch and like waving to me like, hi. waving at me. So I was like, okay, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna go to the phone and I'm gonna try to fix your landline because the landline wasn't working. By the time I fixed the landline with my frozen purple fingers that it couldn't move, and I fixed his landline, I'm in pain. My feet hurt. My fingers are like feel like they're have like thousands of knives cutting them, and it hurts. And my dad, I left my Xbox and my TV on the porch before I came in because I couldn't carry it anymore. So my dad saw that and he just slammed through the door, fell, like slammed himself onto the staircase at the bottom. He's just screaming. I don't even think we like spoke. I think that I just said goodbye and then I got my dad back into the car and either he drove us home or I drove us home. And then he got back in the house, didn't say anything, ran into his room and started screaming. So I called the police and I said, I think my dad's dying. And I had to, the police station that I called, because the other one didn't answer, I wound up in Brattleboro. So I had to guide the police how to get to me from 30 miles away. So I had to guide them from the police station. Do you know where Western Avenue is? Okay, you just take that all the way up to Hogback, then you're into Wilmington, then you're at the downtown intersection in Wilmington, where the downtown main cross section is. Do you know where that is? And they're like, I think so. Okay, you're gonna find either you can take Coldbrook Road, so you take a right past the elementary school all the way to where you find Coldbrook on the left, then you go all the way up to Coldbrook until you're at, I think you can just take it. There might be one turn on the left to go down to the road that we're on, or it might just, I think it's all Coldbrook Road. So then you get all the way to Haystack. You find Haystack Mountain, the Hermitage Club. It's just the road opposite that, Hummingbird Way. I'm at the house at the very end, and I'm on acid, and my fingers don't work, and I'm in pain. I can barely stand, and I just worked a double, and I'm covered in oil, and I have hiccups. It's making me throw up. And by the time my dad's screaming and dying in the other room, and then my mom shows up with ambulances because he left her a voicemail screaming and crying that he's dying, and he had a heart attack, and I wasn't sure if he lived or not. I just saw him get carted away. Nobody told me if he lived. My mom wouldn't speak to me about it. Nobody told me if he died. Nobody told me anything. I went back down to my aunt's. I played Grand Theft Auto, and I rode the motorcycle around my cousin's Grand Theft Auto for the first time, and just like went on all the jumps, and I was doing parkour and jumping around on all the different stuff. And then there was a knock at the door, and the energy I already felt before they showed up, I felt the energy of the government coming to steal me from my family forever. And I would never go, the family unit would never be the same. My parents would never be the same. Subconsciously, I knew that they didn't really love me anyway, and they don't know anything about how to love anybody. So I was keeping the family together, whether they realized it or not, because of my 33 life path, 11 energy. I was keeping the family together. It was me and my cousin, but I was the more ancient soul. So I knew as soon as I left, they're going to divulge into their narcissism. They're going to get locked in their TV, and my family will never be the same ever again. So the government showed up, a girl named Jamie at the DCF. She was a cunt. Very stern, strict woman. Didn't care about my emotions. Didn't care about anything I went through. She just said, yep, your mom gave you up. We're taking you right now. You're gone. Turn the TV off, and we're going. So I just said, I don't know. I didn't say anything like, why is she being like this? I just said, okay. I sat in the DCF room, and I watched. It was like March, but I watched Christmas movies in the DCF room while they figured out what to do with me. Then they brought me to a shelter program for kids about 2.5 hours north. It's like maybe 2.5 hours that way. And I lived there for a month. Staff took care of me. They were all Irish, redheads. Some were redheads, they all had green eyes. They were Irish. All had names like O'Neill, O'Connor, Tier, Longley, Hanlon. Like, they all had ancient Irish names. And some of the staff were really nice to me. One of the staff was not nice to me at all. The front desk lady, like every front desk lady, she's a bitch. Penny. And they tried me on a bunch of different meds. I didn't tell them that I did acid. So they assumed I was schizoaffective, but really I was just doing it. I was coming off of acid and isolation. So they assumed that my gifted difference and my creative ability and my love for living in a poetic movie was considered out of touch with reality. So I got in a bunch of fights. A couple kids that I grew up with got violent, and they wound up in there. Eventually, there was a kid named Noah that was on the top bunk, and he kept jerking off all night, and he'd like have these manic 88, not manic, he'd just get hype, and he would just get like, I think he was stealing my energy, because I would feel drained, and then he would hop off the bed and start laughing at me and punching me and cackling, and he was a stunted runt kid. So eventually, like I read the entire Game of Thrones series in a couple weeks. I read the first book the first week. I was there for about 3 months, I think. And then they took me because I took that kid by his neck and by his leg, and I picked him up and whipped him into the wall. And then while he was crying, I grabbed his glasses, waited for him to look at his glasses, and then I snapped his glasses, which I knew were really expensive. So because I snapped his glasses, they kicked me out. So then I went into a real institution where I'm locked in a room and couldn't have any behavior. Like I couldn't talk to people a certain way. I couldn't make jokes. I couldn't touch anybody. I couldn't hug anybody. They like weaponized. They took my parents away from me all the time. My mom would pretend that she was coming, and she would promise me she was going to show up, and I felt like it was finally going to be over, and I'd be able to hug my mom again and see my mommy. And then she just wouldn't show up. She lived 1.5 miles down the road, and she just never showed up. So I would sit there, and they had gloss over the windows, and I had to look through this stupid little crack in the window, in this like crack in the wood, to look out of this institution and wait for my mom's car to show up, and it never would. And then I'd just lay there in bed listening to like 15 other kids cry, and we had nightmares every single night. But eventually they'd take us to the library sometimes, and I'd look up videos on how to talk to girls, and then I'd practice on the girls. So I had like 5 girlfriends that we were all passing notes and living in secret. So I'd start smacking asses and kissing girls and making out with girls when the staff weren't looking, and then they'd figure it out because a member of the community would report that they saw us kissing behind the staff's back. So then I'd be locked in a room for 15 days by myself. Sometimes one time I dug a hole in the wall to exchange nudes, where she would come on the fucking paper and send it over to me so I could smell it and shit. And then they didn't catch us, but they had a sneaking suspicion I was up to something. So they pretended like they caught me to see if I would show them. And I ended up snitching and saying it was all the girl's fault. I don't know. It's all her. I threw her name's Scarlett, and she was a furry, but she had a fat ass. She was hot. She was crazy. We were in a mental asylum for kids. But tons of those girls that had a crush on me there because I was the buff, hot guy that was funny and charismatic and intelligent. Savant syndrome. I was healing the girls through their trauma because I could communicate with them in a way that staff couldn't. I was keeping everybody from self-harming. I was keeping everybody inspired. I had tons of kids doing push-ups. We would play guitar every night. I'd make sure that we all behaved so that we could go to different places. So I made sure that we all could have fun events. On my 15-minute phone calls when my mom wouldn't answer because she never answered, I would call random people from a phone book that I tore out of the library. And I would call people in my community and tell them, look, I'm trapped here. I don't need to be here. They're keeping me here for insurance purposes. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not. If you want, I'm going to call you tomorrow. I know you won't answer this one because it's a foreign number. I'm going to call you tomorrow and tell you everything that I learned so that you can see how smart I am and that I have a plan for the future. Please advocate for me to the youth development program because they're not getting back to me. My caseworker doesn't give a fuck. They're going to keep me here for 2 years like they've kept other people that are just as responsible, but no foster home wants to take teenagers. Get me out of here, please. I'm begging you. And then eventually they got me a place and I got out, and then I convinced him to get my foster brother out. My foster brother's name is Caleb, and then his last name is Hayes, after the Irish god of fire, Hayes. And then my judge was Judge Catherine Hayes, like Caleb Hayes, C-H. My judge was Catherine, C-H, but also Hayes, the Irish god of fire. My mom and my dad eventually moved to Hayes Court. When I got out, I hated my foster father. They forced me on the tennis team. I was dating a lot of girls. I had a first girlfriend that a lot of my trauma would come up, and she was like a manipulative cunt, but she was the hottest girl in town. I dated the hottest girl in town. She was the hottest girl in town. She had a fat ass. She wore skimpy dresses to school with her tits out. She had bright red hair. No, I've never met a girl that looks like her before. Now she's let herself go, but she, at one point, everybody wanted her, and she wanted me. So I dated her, and eventually my trauma kicked in, and I couldn't function because I didn't know how to manage relationships, and I didn't know that when you have sex, you lose a lot of your energy. So I started to feel weakened, and I didn't know about like demonic negative energy. So I would get hit by bad emotions, and then my girlfriend would start to play my emotions because she was 20 when I was 16. So she would play me, and she had fun manipulating me. Like at one point, I was so scared of losing her because I felt like I was going to be trapped and alone again, and I didn't want to be rejected like that family had rejected me, and like my mom had rejected me. So I would walk around school with my head down, staring at my phone, FaceTiming my girlfriend. I couldn't afford phone service, and my foster dad wouldn't buy me phone service. So I used the school phone, and I would walk out into the hallway with the cord phone, and I would just talk to my girlfriend about literally nothing. Like worshiping this woman, and she was loving it. She would sit at home before she went to work, and we'd go on dates and stuff, and the sex was great, but really at one point, like I wasn't allowed to talk to girls, and she had her friend because she knew how charismatic I was. She knew I'd realize that there were hot girls my age, and I'd want to date them. So she had her friend like watching me, and if I even looked at another girl, she'd be screaming at me on my phone, and I didn't know how to deal with that because I didn't know how to deal with much of anything emotionally. And then a lot of stuff other happened, but basically, like I've been homeless since 14. Like basically, there's a lot more that's happened since. That was just my first girlfriend. That's before I even met my friend Dakota. That was just from age 14 to 16. And that's like a very small summary of what happened. I can remember a lot of what happened. So when I tell you that all these people have the same exact names and they're displaying the same energies and teaching me the same lessons, I really mean it. No cap. So that's why I'm so grateful to be here. Because I used to dream about this stuff. I used to dream about views like this. I've been dreaming about a view like this for 3 years. I've been traveling homeless and looking and hoping and praying that I find somewhere that looks like this, and I never found it until here. And it's crazy that I came to this area 3 years ago to meet a girl named Jessie Johnson. And then I lost all the Jessies in my life because they lost me. They didn't deserve me. And now I wound up in Johnson, and it's the best view I've ever seen. And I love sitting here and looking at it. And I wish that the people were different. And I told God that I said everywhere I've been is perfect, but there needs to be some type of body of water in the middle, or else I can't do it. Like all the mountains that I go to are great, but there wasn't enough water in the past areas. And now there's a giant river right here, right in the middle. It's a river town in the valley. And then I was really mad about the rich people that treated me like shit. This is a trailer park. You know what I'm saying? That's not an expensive truck. That's a bunch of hillbillies. And they're drunk, drugged up, prejudiced, and horrible. But it is what it is. 10 miles down the road, it's even worse. And then 10 miles down the road is the richest people in the state. 20 miles away is the richest people in the state. And this is a trailer park. But how I became homeless this time was police brutality, psychological torture. Didn't have anybody in my corner. It was so stressful, I missed out on my paperwork to maintain my public housing. I didn't want to stay in that place anymore because it was torture and horrible. I had a car. I figured I'd rather live in my car and travel. And I thought I was going to be famous. I thought I was going to go down to Austin, Texas, and blow up and be famous. And I wound up not going to Austin, Texas, and I drove straight through the Canadian border and got deported. But the guy that I met in a dream a year before, I didn't. So it was a choice. I was going down Star Road, and the choice was either to stay on Star Road or to get gas and get. I wanted to go to Planet Fitness, and Planet Fitness was on the other side of the border. So I went to the border just to see what it looked like, and then I saw there was a gap in the concrete, and I just sent it. And I drove straight through the border, through the concrete barriers, and then I drove like 150 miles all the way to Montreal. And I lived there till I got deported. I just slept in the cold in the back of my car, hiding outside of Walmart, charging my car battery on the outlet. I don't know what you said, but there's tons of other shit that happened. It's a lot worse. A lot worse stuff happened, but it's also really cool. Like, I lived with a Jamaican pimp named Jack, and he brought me to nightclubs, and he was like my mentor, and he's really cool. And I live with Boosie Badass's blood cousin, and I don't even have their phone number anymore. I don't know where they are, but I got to speak to Boosie, and he heard my music, and I feel like, to be honest, I feel like I'm closer to Boosie is than other people are to Boosie. Like, you know how Boosie has tons of songs, like, everyone says I'm crazy. When I spoke to him, I cut through in a way that he was expecting and never received. And then since then, he became a lot like me, and I became a lot like him. Like, there was a connection there. The music he started making sounded like my music, and my music I started making sounded like his. He went on interviews and he spoke just like I speak. I went around places and I started standing and talking like he spoke. Like, we kind of like had a friendship. You know what I'm saying? And I lived in tons of different places. And then I wound up in like a modern day version of Celtic Ireland, where the English cops were beating us, and all the homeless people had hatchets and machetes, and we were sword fighting, literally sometimes to the death, in the richest Vermont, in a small city. And I was helping children get out of prostitution, and I was exposing corrupt organizations that were taking advantage of people, and I was helping tons of people, and I was making beats every day on the waterfront, singing and performing for sometimes like 20 people in a group that would just hear me singing to myself with my headphones in, and I just didn't care who was around because I was homeless and in pain. So I was sitting at the waterfront where I made that video, Rules for Life, and I made that video, Simulation Advice While Getting Eaten Alive. I would sit there and sing all day, and people listened, and kids would come up and listen. So the people that I went there to impress, I thought that I had to go and get on stage with them and beg them for a feature. They heard about me, and they were too afraid to message me. They were insecure, and they copied my brand name. One of the kids that joined the music industry copyrighted my brand name because he saw a performance of me at Oakledge Park, and he was worried I was a threat. I went there to make friends with them, and they saw me as a threat. The rich, spoiled brats. I outdid them, and I took their fan base, and they saw what they were trying to see in them, in me, a real one that was good at what he did. Plus a whole lot more. Plus, like, I'm not even getting into like the symbolism of it being the year of the cat, and I met a homeless guy named Katya, Katya, and he spent his whole life traveling the world, and then he set up a yurt at a park and nobody stopped him, and he trained homeless people martial arts, and he read me tarot for the first time, and Then he got on mushrooms and tried to pounce on me, growling like a lion. And then after he felt he won against me, he stole my energy in the year of the cat. He walked around public parks on all fours, roaring like a lion. And then people would be like, get the fuck out of here. And then he would beat them so bad. But he beat them in a way where they're like, he whooped me. And they wouldn't press charges against him. Because he did it like honorably and in a funny way. And then he started stealing my energy and becoming more like me. He started standing like me. He started looking like me, making jokes like me. And then it was him and a guy named Brian. And this is not including like years before that. I went to West Virginia and I was in a Pentecostal church that was low-key a cult. A year before that, I was in Miami partying with my childhood hero on South Beach, leading a group of 100 men and teaching them what I learned in the retreat. Those social skills I picked up, I taught to surgeons, and I taught to famous people, and I taught to millionaires. And before that, I went across the country to meet a neuroscientist because I thought I had a brain injury. Because a year before that, I crashed my car into a telephone pole at 90 miles an hour, and I think I died. And I think I moved realities into this one. And I've just been in purgatory. And that's why it's all the same. And then all these different relationships I've had, all these different friendships I've met along the way. It's an amazing story that I just want to make sure that I remember it all. So I just want money for a guitar. I want to sit here and play guitar and make my songs. There's a program that gives homeless people cars. I don't know how to get a car. I don't know how to talk to them. I don't want to fuck it up. You notice how they stop directly in front of me? Is there an NPC? It's just an old guy alone with his dog skiing down the hill. So I always feel like that's a warning that if I don't change my life, I might end up like that. No wife, no kids, or a dead wife. I'm just alone out here with a dog that's forced to love me. That's the only people that want to hang out with me. Because, newsflash, guys, most people just watch to see what they think God is doing in your life, whether that's the words they're going to use or not. Most people watch YouTube content to take in the energy. Some people use it as an escape. In stories like mine, where I'm not really producing great content, a lot of the people that watch are waiting to see me fail, and a lot of people were just there to talk shit about me. I'm sure my family members get together and watch me live, and they talk shit about me. I'm sure they've done what they always do, which is make up a story about me so that I can be the black sheep, and that they all get to play characters around my life to avoid their own accountability. Because their life sucks. They're fat losers that are killing themselves. They're gonna die because they are fat. I love them. I love my family. I'm learning forgiveness. I'm not happy with what they did to me. They knew my traumas, and they played into them. That in the worst parts of my life, they were the ones that were making it the worst. And they seemed very happy to do so. They had no care for me at all. So I'll never believe them when they say they care. They're narcissists. They're great people that decided to go down the wrong path, I guess. Or maybe I felt like it was my obligation to save the world, so of course I'm going to start with my family. That was like the ground zero. So I feel like I failed them. I hauled a treadmill 250 miles to my aunt's house because I wanted her to start walking on the treadmill if she wasn't comfortable going somewhere and walking. Because I don't want her to die. I want her to meet my kids. I want her to live to be 150. I don't want them to go prematurely because of their bad habits. Like I spent for, I'd say from like 2019, from like 2020, from 2020 to 2024, I spent every single day finding the most perfect thing I could do to help everyone. And I didn't care about what happens to me. I told God I would sacrifice myself for everybody. I said, if you want to put me on a cross and torture me for way longer than you tortured Jesus, in a way that can help everybody to never be like anyone was like to me ever again, I'll do it. Just like make it obvious, have somebody come up to me, have an angel come down from the heavens, give me a biblical angel from the heavens. And then I used to see biblical angels in the clouds all the time. I used to be here and it would be an empty sky, and then all of a sudden a cloud would appear and it would form into a heart with wings and a halo. And I have a picture of that I'll post I'll find that picture and I'll post that as the thumbnail to this video to show you proof that the clouds used to form into eyes and lions' heads, and it would form into a C with a heart. It would form into green hearts and angel wings. I used to drive, like one time I drove around, I saved up 150 in gas when I had the Avalon and had 20 miles per gallon. So I knew I could just drive all weekend, 12 hours a day, playing my music and have breakthroughs and get my energy back and heal, because there was no place I could put my car where they weren't going to drain all my life force energy and I'd wake up feeling in pain. So I just drove. And then one time I went down this back road in the middle of these mountains somewhere, probably further south than this, closer to Burlington, so more southwest than this. And I was just driving down a back road and there was a barn, and on the barn, spray painted in bright green letters, I swear to God, it said, "We heart you, Casey." So why would I believe that any of this is real? Because I followed the birds. The birds led me down roads that led me to a random back road that had a giant barn, and that was the only thing there, and it spray painted said, "We love you, Casey." So back then, I used to think that this is a holographic simulation, and none of it's constantly changing. So I felt that I drove so far, I drove into a pocket dimension or something where that was possible. Or I felt like I'm Truman in a Truman Show. But the offer's still on the table. Fuck it, I've come this far. If they want, I've thought about it, I'll say it. I'm gonna say it, fuck you. I'd go live and I'd have a group of you guys whip me. And I'll put my Cash App. And I'll put every $5 you can whip me. So I'll go on Kick where it's allowed, or I'll go on a streaming platform where it's allowed. I'd blow up the first day. I'd make the news the first day. And if they want to whip me for 6 months, every day, bleeding out my back, permanent loss of my nervous system, but I'd have enough to save everybody, because I'd buy land and I'd start a small community and I'd do it the right way, and I'd teach people the right way, and I would be a supportive network for other communities to be able to travel, and I'd be able to finally make my albums, and I'd finally be able to make my TV show. I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow. If you guys show up with a whip and want to live stream and I'll put my Cash App, I'll let you guys whip me for 6 hours. Like they did to the slaves, like slash me open. I've been through the same, you know? Like I've been talking to God about this for a year and a half. Where every day it comes to my head like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "I'm more than sure. Unless there's another way you'll get it to me. But you've tortured me this much. You know, if you have to be cruel to do it, just do it." So I've just been waiting. That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for someone to show up with a rope so I can kill myself. Or I've been waiting just for someone to show up with a whip so that I can make you guys entertained, because you guys love to watch me suffer all day. You know, the ultimate entertainment. If that's the world that I'm in, fuck it. Because I'm tired of feeling raped when I get employed. Every time that I hit the submit button at the employment, I feel like I lose everything I worked hard for and I become a lifeless zombie. As soon as I hit that submit button, everything I work for just floats away and somebody steals it. And then my manager always, every single time, he rubs it in my face. Because I'm always manifesting girls wanting me because I'm lonely. I've developed skills that get girls. I embody something that girls want to be around. Multiple times I've submitted to an employer and I became employed, and then the boss stole my energy and he became me, and then he got all the girls that the exact interaction I manifested for myself, he stole it from me. And then I was left there lifeless like an animal, scared, and they tortured me. They wouldn't feed me at these jobs. I was alone out there in the cold. They didn't care about where I slept. I was in sub-zero on a mountain. I couldn't go anywhere because they're prejudiced towards homeless people. Waiting for my paycheck. The strangers behind me that have been listening this whole time have started cackling like the demons cackle. When I say that the demons cackle when they steal my energy, they're cackling like the demons. They're probably on drugs and I opened myself up, I guess. Maybe they stole it. I just saw a vision of my ex-girlfriend that I've been talking about crying, and then the song, I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. You gotta be strong, and you gotta be fast, and you gotta be fresh from the fight. I won't scream because I don't want to get in trouble. But while she was dating me, she met up with my friend Nate at her house, and I'll have no idea what happened because I don't trust Nate at all. I don't care how much money he sends me. Nate is a snake. I would never. I had Nate's ex-girlfriend try to sleep with me in front of her boyfriend while he was passed out, and I said no, even though I was a super sex addict. And she's hot. I literally got up and went home. I left because I would never want to feel anywhere close to how Nate, who was her ex and her current boyfriend at the time, would feel if they found out I did that to them. I was spending my own money to drive an hour down to Springfield, Massachusetts to pick up Caleb and drive him home just so that he could hang out with the friends. And I did that every day for a semester. I picked Caleb up and drove him home, wasting my own money and my own weed. And I was working full time. Just so that the gang could be back together. And then when Caleb stopped going to school and dropped out, they all just ignored me like the last people did. Like the Keyhoes and my mom and everyone. They all just stopped inviting me. And Alexis said, we knew that if you wanted to show up, you would, because I used to see their Bitmojis and I would show up anyway because I lived down the road. So I would see them purposefully excluding me, and I would just show up and I'd wait for them to be like, I'd sit there and wait, say something. One of you say something. And then I'd eat all their food because I was homeless. I'd wait for everyone to get high and I'd go upstairs and I'd eat all their food. I'd stuff myself. I'd make it a joke. Oh, I'm high and I'm eating snacks. No, you guys don't have food stamps. I'm going to get buff because I'm going to the gym and I'm working hard. I'm doing push-ups every day. I'm homeless and I'm making music. I'm going to get gains from you because you have no honor or integrity as people. You're a bunch of drug addicts. Fuck them. Clipped. I'm a serial killer, guys. I'm a wait for my friend to try to sleep with my girlfriend and follow them back to my girlfriend's house and watch them through the window to see if she has the balls to cheat on me. And she didn't. She didn't. She couldn't bring herself to do it. And it had nothing to do with how much she loved me. It's that she knows I wasted her life. She cheated on me when she was 18, so I led her on until she was 21 so that she couldn't go to college and she couldn't have a childhood. I led her on and she got mentally ill and she had her first bipolar episode. I didn't help her through. I just said, if you want to sit in my house and figure it out, you can, and I'm going to, if you want, I never initiated sex, I'm not going to lie, because I'm a good guy. I'm the best, worst guy. So when she wanted to sleep with me, I slept with her. Which is really funny that she started telling people that I raped her because I couldn't even get hard. Like, she's so hot, I couldn't even get hard. It was so sick to me that she never apologized for cheating on me, and she only did it once. And I was technically brain damaged and stupid and on a bunch of different medications. So, and I definitely, she admitted, what she's told me is that she understands that it was demonic forces. She literally told me that after she had sex, she felt like she had sleep paralysis while she was awake, and she was paranoid and felt like nothing was real. So when I tell her that like nothing's real and there's some type of alien force, and I love you so much, Chloe, but there's shit going on that I don't know what to do and I don't know how to do it. And if you want to go, I would tell her, like, if you want to go have a puppy love relationship with somebody else, just don't cheat on me, man. Just go do it. Don't tell me first. Don't come back and kiss me. Don't come back and lay in my bed. Don't ever come back. Like, don't. And she maintained talking to 6 guys on the internet for the whole relationship. She was hanging out with guys. One time she came home and showed me a picture of them all swimming at a swimming hole, and the younger brother of my first girlfriend was there, and he had his arm around her. So I don't feel bad that I ruined her prom forever because I made her obese, because I took advantage of her mental illness to make her really fat, and then so that she would be obese in her prom photos, she would be fat. And also because there was an exchange student named Yannick, who one time I was in the back seat and she was driving him home, and he looked back and told me, I'm going to take your spot, right in front of her. And then he invited her on a date to go skiing at my dad's mountain, Mount Snow. So I was like, why don't you just stay at my dad's house? We'll all hang out. You get a free place to stay, free Airbnb. It's nice. Chloe was like, sure. That I made him sit in my room that I had to fight my dad to the death in, and I made him listen to me fuck the shit out of that girl on the floor above. Because that's his dream girl. And then he went home and he got to like hold her hand at prom when I made her obese. And then he went home and he never had a relationship in America. His childhood didn't get to have the girl. Instead, what happened is he was a sneaky little fuck, and he got to watch me in my nice American house in my ski village, all to myself, next to my mountain, all to myself, get the hottest girl in town. And he had to listen to it the whole night. I didn't stop. And she loved it. But I hated her, so I hated that girl. So I fucked her out of spite. I didn't enjoy it that much. I enjoyed knowing that I'm going to be seared into that kid's brain forever. Because he tried to take my spot and take my girlfriend. And he was ballsy enough to look me in the eyes and say he was going to do it. Because he thought that I was a brain-damaged loser. Because that's what people were saying about me. When in reality, I was quiet. And I was precise. And I was trying to get back the energy that was stolen from me. Plus, the world was going through a lot of shit. It was evolving. We were right before COVID. It was the end of the cycle in 2019. It was the year of the pig. I made Chloe a pig in the year of the pig. Fucker. God, that's what happens when you have young souls. And Nate's a young soul. They're young souls. Nate might be older than some people, but he's a young soul. He's a good guy. He just wasn't able to recognize his faults. He didn't feel bad about what he did. He didn't see how that might have been disloyal, and he thought maybe he made it up in other ways. You don't send memes to the girl I'm in love with, man. I talked about her like twice, like pretty much every day. Every time she got brought up, I would get really defensive. I thought about her every single day. I prayed for her. Like I would sit there, and everything I did in life was to get her back. But it had to be perfect. It had to be the right way. I couldn't come back into her life as a brain-damaged loser in public housing. I had to be the victor. I had to overcome it all. And then I realized that I fucked it up a long time ago. And I'm still blocked on her page. She still blocked me for a reason. I've been through so much, man. This is nothing. It's nothing compared to what I've been through. I'm holding out so much. I haven't even started with the pedophiles. Clipped. Those are the clips we're going to keep. And hopefully that will entice them to watch this full thing. I haven't even brought up the John DeCesar. I haven't brought up Ed Longley or Aaron Jones or my Game Grump saga. I haven't brought up Smosh and how they made a video about me, or my Evolution Daily journey through Columbus, I haven't said anything about Maine at all. I haven't said anything about my trip to Boston at all. You guys don't even know. Gabe is a piece of shit. Gabe is a piece of shit. He's one of the people I hope gets their karma, man. People that will blatantly, just people that have no respect, but they think they do, are the worst people. People that are selective and okay with betraying you in some ways because they feel like they're loyal in other ways. But my name means brave, loyal, and ancient, infinite, and exalted with a high authority, shining on a hill. It's one of the oldest names that exist. It's older than anything in the Bible. My name is older than any name in the Bible. And my middle name just means free. And I have a birth chart you can't emulate. And even if you did, if you had a baby that was born right next to me, that baby did not get taken into space by a helicopter when the sun was directly above us and flown north, and then isolated in an incubation chamber. And even if you had those babies, and even if I was not the only baby in that helicopter, they haven't lived my life. I'm sure they're living a special life too, but we do not have the same name. And we don't have the same parents and bloodline. It's unique. That's a unique experience. I just clipped it twice. That's where we'll end it, guys. I can't find any single way that I feel comfortable with receiving money from my subscribers. I hate the Cash App. I hate asking for anything. I would rather get whipped for a year than to ask for gas money at the gas station. I hate it. It's the biggest disrespect to myself. When I ask for money, know that it took 10 years of trauma and degradation to be okay with asking for someone to check out my Cash App in my channel description. It took 6 months of me having to like work up the courage, and then I couldn't cry. I've been through so much I couldn't cry, so I would just, and you know, you're so traumatized that life doesn't, you're like completely disassociated, so I'm just kind of like frozen in place in like sub-zero weather behind a gas station eating. I have a bag of donuts from the Dunkin' Donuts dumpster that I'm putting the coffee grounds out of because they put coffee grounds so I wouldn't eat it, and I kept eating it. And I would just sit there and wait while all the kids laughed at me and people would call me crackhead and junkie and throw shit at me. And I'd just sit there waiting for a reason to find a way to make it okay for me to go and ask for gas money. And what I got is that eventually I'm going to make a song that's going to make everyone cry. And it will save the world. So I have to. And then it became, I have to because the police are going to hurt me if I don't. And my family will laugh about it. And they'll say, sorry, bud. My cousin will hit me up and say, sorry, bud. That's why she has herpes. She's a cunt. But she's trapped. And I think maybe she's changed. I feel like this year of the dragon has really done a number on her. I feel like she's pretty, like I can see her in the ether. My family's stuck in darkness, but Ariana is enough of a creative narcissist that wants to overachieve, that she's got some good qualities. There's like this purplish white gold that jumps out at me sometimes when I can tell that she's thinking about me. So I don't necessarily think she's a cunt, but it sucked. It sucked that the only text message for Christmas they got me a portable toilet and nobody messaged me. Nobody messaged me on my birthday. Nobody messaged me on Christmas. Nobody messaged me on Thanksgiving. My mom created a restraining order to lie. She freaked out about nothing, to lie, to slander me. Because she couldn't see reality. She was stuck in her narcissism. And she masks it as anxiety. And she created a restraining order that she violated all the time to message me. She violated her own order. But if I tried to message her, like, maybe my mom will be different. Maybe I'll finally have a mommy. Bam, the cops are at my door. Use excessive force. I'm traumatized forever. Potential to never be able to play guitar again. And I'm trapped in jail with pepper spray in my eyes again. That was on Thanksgiving. I spent my 5 days in jail with pepper spray in my eyes again. Because they caught me while I was Instacarting because a manager was mad that I was making a pretty black girl laugh in the aisle. I joked with her and I flirted with her a little bit. And her family was all laughing. And there was a skinny little white kid with a brim hat backwards that I could tell he thought way more of himself than he was. He stormed out and bitched me out about me leaving, because I was there for a couple hours. I had a giant full shopping cart that I would leave in the middle of I'd leave it in the middle of a section and then I'd walk through all the aisles to get it. I was traumatized. It was hard for me to be inside. I was an outside animal. Like a raccoon. Imagine a raccoon trying to get like 300 items for 3 people and having to separate the orders and everything while my phone is dying. And it's in the Matrix where people are stomping around me angry. And then he came at me. So he called the cops on somebody else. And then the cops targeted and profiled me. And then I gave them my name because I was naive back then. I thought that would mean that they might leave me alone because I thought if I had just said like respectfully, I'm busy, I haven't done anything, I'm gonna go. I felt like that would make them more angry because that's how they were, and it's obvious that's how they are. They would have been worse. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. There's my content. Guess how many hours I've streamed in the past 90 days? 1,000 hours. Or that might be this year. It said I streamed 1,000 hours, and I got an achievement for it on my YouTube studio. But it popped up on my 90 days, so I'm assuming somehow I streamed 1,000 hours since, probably it's probably this year. It's probably this year. I'd have to go back and look. But I got 1,000-hour achievement, and I'm 2,000 watch hours. So I'm 1,000 watch hours away and 10 subscribers away from being able to monetize, and then I can sell things on my shop. So I could get like an eBay store or like a Shopify where I go into a thrift store and I make like a custom mug for you. And if you want to send me $100, I'll give you a custom mug with things on it, a 1 of 1, and that feels like a closer way. Or maybe I could make like a Native American poncho or something, but my own style with like the bear on it. That'd be cool. Like I turn a rug into a poncho and I sew the inside so it's really comfortable and unique, and it feels good to wear. And I sew it over a hoodie, and I embroider a bear design in the side, and then I embroider the side so it looks like a cool, unique thing that nobody can get anywhere else. And I think that's worth $150. That's how much like Louis V is just stuff you can get for $20 at a thrift store, but it has a name brand on it, and people are buying it for $1,500. So I don't know. But you see, nobody cares. After all this, nobody gives a fuck. It's just me and God. And you have the privilege of being able to comprehend a little bit of my life. You guys don't know how much of a blessing this was. You don't deserve it.